Well, hello there and welcome. This time it's only a one-day tournament, but things are about to get heated because we are here for the Independence Day Showmatch here in July. We know it's not the 4th, but yeah, I think more people do appreciate not having to play on the actual Independence Day. Welcome, Ducky. What are you cooking up today?
Not much, Kian. I'm just going to try and survive the day together with you. Remember, Kian, I chose to be here. This time I actually chose to be here, though.
Indeed, and I think we're in for some sick casting by you. The first match is going to be basically the rematch of the past OLC number 2. It's going to be the finals again. It's going to be best of 9 in between Hit and Run and Cashback. What are your thoughts?
Well, I mean, both these matches are rematches of the OLC 2 finals, right, Kian? Cashback, Hit and Run, and Dopamine and Smile. Cashback took quite a convincing dub, no?
Yeah. If memory serves me correctly, they did end up playing pretty well. But, I mean, some time has passed. Some training has probably gone into it by all of the teams here. Because, well, it's not going to happen today, but the Onslaught events further down the road are going to be what sets the stage for not only the Onslaught Legends Finals on NA and the Onslaught Legends Series on EU, but also who's going to go to China in November, to Chengdu. So I heard from basically all of the teams involved that training has started ramping up.
Yeah, of course. I mean, this is the first true test for, I would say, these teams to measure themselves against their respective counterparts on their region and other regions to see where they stand for what is the big prize, making it to China. So nothing better than a tournament, a small tournament, to really see where you're at, how the training has paid off, and what the critical issues are that you still need to work on.
Yeah, and for all of this now, we are going to, as I said, we're going to be kicking it off with a best of 9. Actually, all of the matches we are going to see today are going to be exactly that format. And now, as Hit and Run and Cashback are going to kick it off, I think it's time to take a look at the pick and bans. Because that is kind of what's going to be the nitty-gritty. First of all, though, I think... yeah, here are the pick and bans. Halluf and Glacier taken out respectively. Halluf, one of my favorite maps from the past ones, even though some of the players were not so happy to play it, I guess. This is why Hit and Run immediately knocking it out there. But yeah, the map with... probably the most various tank lineups that we saw not going to be taken. Instead, we're going to start off on Cliff, and we're headed to Ghost Town after.
Yeah, I mean, Halluf being banned by Hit and Run is not really a surprise. Cashback did like playing Halluf a lot in the Onslaught Legends Cup 2. They're a very good team at it as well, so removing that, not a surprise. You don't want to pick Cashbacks. I mean, it could have changed by now, right? But keeping that into mind, it's not a bad ban. And then Glacier for Cashback, not bad either. Gives us Cliff, though, indeed, a very quick-paced, action-packed map. No really different than 50v15. I mean, just action all around, slower strategies don't really work. Ghost Town, a map that is going to be a lot slower compared to Cliff. Then we have Airfield and Ensk being removed. Gives us Pilsen and Westfield. Again, Pilsen, usually a bit of a slower map, but then Westfield could be very, very explosive, depending on what strategy either team uses. And then if we get there, Studzianki, tiebreaker, again, slow-paced map. So we have a good combination of fast and slow-paced that are really going to change the way this match goes.
Exactly. Also, it should be mentioned that as this is the first match of today being played EU team versus EU team, we are going to fully play this one on the EU2 server. Then on the other hand, for the second match of today, obviously, we are going to hop to US Central. And for the grand finals later, EU against NA, there are going to be server switches. Now, however, Hit and Run tried and tested team under their Captain Monster. They actually, for this event, opted out of bringing a full lineup. 9 people would be allowed. They only bring 8. So pretty confident already, considering that last year in China, they also were only allowed 8.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they just have their roster already locked in for the WCI, right, Kian? No need to change anything then if you're confident about what you want to go with. No need for a 9 player if you have 8 dedicated ones, and they surely do have that available. Cashback, on the other hand, do bring the full squad of 9 players. And players to watch out for here, Kihan, Liberty in the lights was amazing in the OSL2, right?
Absolutely. Liberty has been putting up a performance ever since the introduction of Onslaught tournaments, essentially. Like, he was pretty dominating in OLC number 1. He was extremely dominant in OLC number 2. I think there was only a single misplay coming out from him the entire stream stage of the tournament. And yeah, we all know how easy it is to do one of those misplays in your light tank. So him only doing one is absolutely crazy.
I mean, it just shows off that he has that amount of practice, he has a lot of battles in just regular Onslaught, combined with a lot of trainings, which is showing off when it really matters in these tournaments.
Also, I think we should take a quick look at the drops that we have prepared for today. Yeah, so if you haven't already, please do hit that F5 button and start claiming your drops now. Today, it's not going to be a mystery one, instead guaranteed drops after 3 hours of watch time. And in the unlikely event that the stream is not going to go for that long, obviously, we're going to be raiding Ducky after with exactly those drops enabled on his channel as well. That all being said and done, though, I think it's about time that we start talking about the first game that we're going to see. It's going to be on Cliff.
It is indeed going to be on Cliff, and just like I said, it's just like 50v15. Slow strategies don't really work on it. A lot of E50Ms usually, although some teams prefer those heavies instead, but you have to be careful playing against those E50Ms because they're very dangerous in this mode. With an extra funny DPM button, if you are not able to blow some of them up, you're usually in trouble right after.
Now, we do have... I think for the first time in quite some time, very, very split predictions. Me going with the hit and run team here. Darky once again confirming his bias against inbuilt teams. Quick little joke though, I think it is pretty fair to say that it's entirely unpredictable what's going to come out of this one.
I think it's fair to say that I went with the side of Cashback, respecting that they won the last tournament, right?
Yep. But obviously some time has passed, and I think both of those teams are completely able to get on a roll and stomp over the opposing one once they get the ball rolling. That being said, though, Independence Day Showmatch 2024 hit and run are going to kick it off with 3 BZ75s, double CS63, Ketsai playing the TVP, and Mentos in the RHM.
Cashback on the other hand, though, double BZ, a CS63 and E50M, double Fush B and an RHM, so a double Fush B, a very dangerous combination of tanks, 2 mixing styles here with hit and runs, mediums versus Cashbacks, TDs, and that Fush B, Kihan, it is a very dangerous tank, especially in this mode.
Exactly. I mean, not only do you have that absolutely brutal clip with 6 shots, 400 alpha, you also have what I call the turbo sponge ability. Basically, first you go fast and then you even regenerate HP, and that can be absolutely detrimental if you're not able to get that Fosh while it's reloading. Now, however, let's see the initial splits. 1 Fosh for Cashback going towards the lower side, everyone else middle. For hit and run, it's like a 2-5 split. That being said, though, someone already going to Donut, that's Monster, and it doesn't seem like he's able to punish Liberty for the climb onto the mountain.
Yeah, Tisa going to the alternative position behind D2. You can hide behind that rock there as well. And now you can see the fact that the hill has been taken by Liberty. He's taken the info tank, Ketsa taking the strike around the hill in that TVP. Double BZ taking the hill further side of Cashback, and there is ice there waiting in that Fush B for Panzer Fury or somebody else to try and take that hill by the looks of things. So we'll see if the damage received on the infill tank is going to be huge. Yeah, 3 shots so far, 4 shots actually, minus 1.7 on Panzer Fury, and he does face off against triple tanks on the hill, probably more than he was expecting, and that's not going to be too good for Panzer Fury here. That reduced proxy range, Kihan, seemed like those BZs got there a little bit without being detected.
Exactly, and now Panzfury all of a sudden is noticing that Liberty in that Rheinmetall is also there. Double BZ by hit and run, getting sent on towards the hill as well now, so the numbers on the hill are even. But yeah, Little almost reloaded down here. This might be detrimental towards hit and run at the donut.
Yeah, Little might have gone a little bit too early, but that is the Forge B. 6 shells, Monster tries to go past him. This is not a random battle, and he's not playing the Hurricane. He won't be able to escape this one, as Little says thank you very much. Chases him down, now Mental's the next one, and yes, hit and run has brought more forces towards the hill, but that doesn't really matter for them right now. The second Forge B of Ice crossed back over towards 1-2, chasing another CS down that lane of Tisek. He's gonna fall rather soon, but not before Panzerfury digs himself into the grave. Gets there trying to retake the hill, getting clipped out by the Forge B, and so far hit and run far behind Cashback in round number 1.
Yeah, Cashback here, absolutely, with the pedal to the metal. They have the read that it takes. Another kill going down here as Coyote claims Franix's life. Yes, Ketzai able to respond with 1, but that's only a TVP. He only has 4 shots, and he is down and out now as well. Kills getting claimed by the team of Cashback that have a very good read on this round number 1. And they are... yeah, gonna come in as a shocker probably towards Hit and Run, who really did put up a lot of training, but if the opposing lineup just beats yours like this, then yeah, all the training in the world is not gonna save you.
No, it seemed like Cashback here, really good opening. They had everything covered. First B between the rocks at F5 as well to punish that hill take, and I think their BZs, if I'm not mistaken, managed to take the hill unspotted, Kihan. Which left Fury with a little bit of a surprise, and that's down to that reduced proxy range, right?
Yeah, 25 meters only, and that can be not a lot of ground, as we just see. The BZs by Cashback on the hill coming as an absolute surprise, and they do net them round number 1. That was very well played by the team in yellow.
Yeah, no, just overall really good. And you see the power of the Forge B there. I mean, you have Ketzai and Monster in their CSs, and Little comes up in his Forge B even without ability. And they're like, well, that is not very cool. And then Monster tries to turn the turret, but it doesn't even matter, because then there's another Forge B coming across. And CSs don't beat Forge Bs. Unbelievable. And as a result, both Forge Bs top damage for the side of Cashback, with respectively 4.5 and 4k for Little and Ice. Good damage there from them. All around, just pretty good split between their entire team, with the Forge Beast shining. Good pen ratios as well, 12, 11, 11. Pretty good in there. You see a bit of an issue, I guess, for the Invil side. Panzerfury, the one that got surprised on the hill, and Monster in the CS, not really able to contribute all that much.
Yeah, and I mean, you could just see on the team of Hit and Run, the just explosive amount of firepower was not there. Meanwhile, the Forge Bees just able to take every opportunity that they got, and just got on a roll with that. I think, yeah, Hit and Run, we're kind of banking on having the sustain that the single shooters do bring to the table, but in the sort of prolonged engagements and like isolated engagements as well that were happening all around the map, the Forge Bees were just the superior tank choice here. Also, I think with the higher HP modifier that we are still running in this season of Onslaught, like TVP is a nice tank, and if you if it gets the reload ability, then
but it's hard. It needs an engagement where it clips and doesn't die, and then it becomes really powerful. If it gets an engagement where it clips, doesn't immediately die after, and gets the reload, then it's super powerful. But with the lineup that you're playing against, indeed, from Cashback with BZs, E50M, and Forge Bs, it's not really an easy tank to engage on. The Forge Bs clip you back in return, so that's like not that great at all. And the BZs clap you back hard as well, and you do have to still aim your shots.
So now we'll have to see if Hit and Run is going to adjust, because I think Cashback just demonstrated by far having a better lineup. We'll see if Hit and Run are able to sort of bounce back here, or if Cashback are just going to be able to get that quick 2-0 here. And I mean, yeah, it's best of 9, but starting off with a 2-0 would be kind of a strong statement.
It would be. Who picked this map again?
Let me quickly look. It was actually Hit and Run.
Even better so if you take 2-0 on the map the enemy team picked, right? That's always nice. So all together, good stuff here, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. It was only round number 1, where, you know, maybe Hit and Run had an idea of how Cashback would play. Maybe got a bit surprised by how heavy they went, because let's face it, double push B is pretty heavy, because it's like basically a heavy tank in this kind of format. With that heal, with that extra HP, with that 6-shell autoloader, it's very, very hard to play against.
Yeah, and I mean, frontally, you need to aim your shots. It's not an auto pen, like, for example, a Rheinmetall or even a CS most of the time. That all being said and done, though, I think round number 2 is upon us, and Hit and Run are trying to come back into the match. They bring a 60 TP double 50B, one CS, actually triple CS 63, and now a Rheinmetall. Some switches still going on here. Obviously, this is the countdown in the Onslaught mode where you can switch, so I guess we're gonna settle on double B, double BZ, double CS, and a Rheinmetall.
Cashback in return, though, not really changing anything. Double BZ, a CS, an E50, double push B, and an RHM again. They're the kind of team, they have a lineup prepared for very specific things, and it seems for them, both sides of Cliff do open the opportunity to bring that double push B and Hit and Run. They are a bit heavier now compared to last one, I'd say, because of the double push B, but because of the double 50B. But facing off against double push B might still be pretty hard. Of course, the lights get the information in the beginning. The plane ability gets activated. Mental spotting 6, Liberty spotting 7. So at least Liberty has a little bit of freedom on 1-2 line to play however he wants to, because he was not spotted. It's always nice.
He would be running into the double B, and I think he sees them and immediately decides to run, because the double 50B could obviously clip out the Rheinmetall. As T-Sec is now going to go on the hill, Liberty does put a singular shot of damage, reveals himself with that into the bag of Monster, that is. And now we'll have to see if Cashback do find success again with that double push B. Currently in the middle of the map, so not really able to do a whole lot now. The 50B is starting to peek from the side, and I think that push is going to get called off. Never mind, Little fancying himself a little push, but I think Pans Fury and Franek would have something to say about that.
Yeah, but look at Little. He's just driving through the open in that push B. He does not care. Just driving straight out the 50Bs as the CS joins, but immediately Ice blowing up in that push B. Does not get the heal off. That's pretty important to pay attention to. Ketsai not completely behind the corner either. And now Little falling. Twilight trying to do what he can. In the meantime, in the middle, Cashback trying to make the peaks as well. Getting Coyote into the fight in that E50M with that DPM ability, because on 1-2 it's actually looking not that bad for Cashback. They've killed one of the 50Bs, they've killed Ketsai as well, and now Monster forced into the middle. And as the dust settles, Cashback up 3000 HP, you would think that it wasn't a good trade for them, but again, it seems like that heavier lineup is just too much to deal with for Hit and Run.
Yeah, Monster now in the middle. The team captain himself helps with getting that kill on the E50M. And now all of a sudden Hit and Run with 5 tanks against Cashback's only 4. But the HP is still there for the team in yellow. As Squeezy drops down towards a one-shot, we'll have to see if he gets picked up. T-Sec, the same thing for him. Cry Paypal coming around the corner, secures the kill, makes it a 4 versus 4 for the time being.
For the time being, indeed. But there's a strike being picked up by Twilight, which is really dangerous for the likes of Mentos. 350 damage from that strike. Monster now crossing over. Cry Paypal has him locked down. Liberty is here as well. The strike coming in, and then the peak from Liberty to finish it off. Monster tried to surprise there. Will not be able to do so as Liberty picks up another kill, and now it is easy pickings for Cashback. And you're left wondering for Hit and Run, where did it all go so wrong?
Indeed, it seemed like Hit and Run had a pretty good read. The shots on the Fosh Bs were good, but obviously that heal on the second one on Little, that made it ever so harder for the tanks of Hit and Run to kill him off. And as soon as that was all said and done, the dust had basically settled on towards a team of Hit and Run that had spent a lot of time, a lot of shots on towards getting those Fosh out, but they had little to nothing else to show for it, and then started getting picked apart.
Yeah, and like one of the Fosh Bs, I don't think even did that much. I mean, Ice, I feel like got blown up in his Fosh B. We'll have to see how many shots he actually managed to do before that. And then Little came in, and then the Hit and Run tanks really just weren't there to support this one too, because the 50Bs are great, but then they run out of steam, and you saw this getting chased down. You know, Piotr gets run down by the RHM, and then Monster forced back into the middle. And also, going back to the beginning of the game, the fact that Mental spots only 6 and Liberty spots 7, you may think it's not such a big difference, but I think it is.
Yeah, I mean, it does end up giving Liberty the full reign over the 1-2 line, because he just has the information on where the enemy Rheinmetall is, whereas the enemy Rheinmetall obviously has no clue. Is Liberty going middle? Is he going 1-2? What is he actually doing?
He could be going around the hill for the strike. He could be going towards middle. Like, he doesn't know any of these things.
And just like this, Cashback flip it around on Hit and Run's map pick. Do secure a quick 2-0 here, and Hit and Run honestly not looking too hot right now.
No, that was not it for Hit and Run. Cashback just 2 rounds in a row. Superior lineup difference there as well. Again, these push Bs are really hard to deal with because they basically get an extra life if you don't kill them immediately. And even with being able to blow up one of them, the other one was still too much for them to handle, even with Little just driving straight through the open.
Yeah, Little driving to the open, but he still does 2k damage. I mean, I said here only 2 shots of damage for him, so the focus fire on towards the Foch Bs was good, but apparently not good enough. You can see one of those Foch Bs taking something like 8 shots to kill. That is, the 250 Bs with their magazines entirely spent, and then for the next half a minute they're like kind of useless.
And in return though, the first B of Piotr only able to do 1 clip as well. Monster basically making 2, but again the CS struggling for Hit and Run. Catside this time on the bottom end, where for Cashback you don't see these really issues. You just have that 1 first B. But then again, that was like 3k HP to kill for Hit and Run. And he's the only one that really struggled in that battle. So maybe Hit and Run has to go back to the drawing board for Cliff against a team like Cashback that plays what I would say is very, very heavy, where their lineups just don't really work against it.
Well, Ghost Town is now going to be map number 2, and I mean, if you're holding it with Hit and Run, then Ghost Town is probably going to be a nice breath of fresh air, because it's not going to be all-out aggression right from the start. Ghost Town is a map where you have to work more for the angles. It's all about which positions you can secure on the outsides of the map, and then basically get those lines of fire that will secure the HP advantage for the brawl that at some point needs to come. But the point I'm trying to make is that brawl most likely is not coming within the first minute of the game.
No. Well, Ghost Town is, I mean, they could surprise us, but this map is going to be slower compared to Cliff. It is one where you can take the Eastern Strike, reset it, play a slower game. There is potential for a quick game, pushing the cap, for example, but I feel like between these 2 teams, this is not something that we'll see. Because it's not that hard to play against either. You know, putting 3 tanks on the cap leaves 1-2 line open, leaves the Eastern Strike open. The all-in plays are hard to pull off.
Well, and for Hit and Run, it's kind of getting hard to pull off a victory against a Cashback. That not only would put them in towards the grand finals against a TBD NA team, it also would mean some, cash rewards, because only the finalists today are gonna be taking home some, euros or dollars, depending on where they come from. I think Ghost Town might also be a map on which we see tanks that usually don't often make their way into the lineups, and indeed, I mean, not for Hit and Run. We see double 60 TP, triple BZ, 1 Foch, and the Rheinmetall Cashback is a little more adventurous, it seems.
Yeah, Cashback a little bit more adventurous, but then again, not that much. We'll explain it later. 277, 75A, CS, Leo, W3, and an RHM. It looks adventurous, but it's really not that much. Leo is kind of like a CS, believe it or not.
Kind of like a CS, a little less armor, but the gun, obviously, a lot better. You get the higher alpha as well. And yeah, it does have the little strike that sometimes comes in handy for some resets too. So in that regard, they are kind of similar here. Although, I mean, Squeezy seems to be wanting to go for that reliability of the gun, because even with the Onslaught modifier, the CS gun can be rage-inducing sometimes, but actually the 3-tank play that you were talking about, Hit and Run's doing it.
Yeah, they are doing it, pushing 3 tanks into the cap, that triple BZ, peeking against the E3 of Twilight. They're able to get only one shot. He pops the ability, and you have to be real careful shooting at an E3. He gets that reload reduction, but we can also see in return, Kihan, this is the issue that I'm talking about, is that you are giving up so much of the map in return for this. The strikes are being taken, but Coyote will have to make an emergency decap. Can he find it? He does, but it takes so much damage, down towards 700 HP, and now Hit and Run will probably use this as an opportunity to push. Ketsai finds Coyote. That is what you want to do with that cap pressure. Enable your team to generate that damage on towards one of these tanks, and they were beautifully able to do that on towards Coyote.
And now in comes the push on towards Twilight in the E3, who obviously used the ability already, so he's not going to get any reload reduction anytime soon. There is 4 tanks with high alpha around him, 2 of them already connecting. The 60 TP taking his aim. When is Ketsai going to get reloaded? Finally, Twilight with the ability again, but he does get shut down. 3 unanswered kills by the team of Hit and Run.
The really sad part there for Cashback is such a minor thing, Kihan, and what do you think it is? Like, if one thing changed in the beginning of the battle, it could have gone very, very different.
I mean, if they don't... I didn't see, actually, how much spots the Rheinmetals did get off, respectively.
It's not that. You remember when the BZs were peeking the cap?
Mm-hmm.
The Leo of Cry PayPal. No, not the Leo of who was playing it. Squeezy, right? I don't think he hit the shot. If he hits the shot against the BZ, he gets a little strike. If he gets a little strike... If he gets a little strike, he gets a reset. Most likely, right? And if he gets a reset, then they take
the 705A doesn't need to commit.
Exactly, exactly. So that if he hits that shot, then they have time to take the big strikes in return.
Mm-hmm. Well, one missed shot sometimes makes the difference between winning and losing a battle. And certainly this time it's going to be Hit and Run, who are winning round number 3, finally putting themselves on the board as well. And that little storyline that we have going with best of 9s and teams not winning rounds on their respective maps, well, it does continue.
It does continue, and it's good for the series as well that Hit and Run is able to use this. This was a very, very risky play. Normally that doesn't work out that well. We're going for the cap straight, but in this scenario, they do exactly what they needed to do. Generate enough HP and pressure to force a mistake. Well, not a mistake, a forced error, which is a necessary error, because he needs to reset.
Well, I mean, if he doesn't, then his team essentially loses. But yeah, they do end up losing him in the process. So definitely not the best result here for Cashback. Could have turned out quite differently. But first of all, let's take a look at the post-battle results. And we do see this time Liberty pulling out on top with that Rheinmetall. Mentos not really able to do that much, but it wasn't the Rheinmetalls that actually mattered in this game. It was the well-executed push on towards the cap, and yeah, Squeezy, if he hits those 1 or 2 shots, I think he missed one while the BZs were crossing, and then he bounced one while they were peeking. So those 2 missed shots here, very, very crucial ones that do not end up winning them the game.
Yeah, and overall, it's good for Hit and Run that they get back into this, because going 3-0 down would probably not be that good.
Going 3-0 down, I mean, it's not match point yet, but it is, yeah, pretty hard to come back from. Now, however, we find ourselves at a 2-1 scoreline, and once again, the question is Cashback going to be able to extend that lead to 2, or will Hit and Run flip the map pick of Cashback, well, against themselves, just like it was done to them on map number 1? Currently, I think Cashback is still looking like the stronger team. Like, one could argue, we didn't win this round because unlucky shots on the Leopard, for example. But yeah, Hit and Run have finally demonstrated that they are not here for no reason.
No, they're definitely not a team to be underestimated. I mean, they won the last WCI as well. What can you say about that? Just for the performance from them. So you can't really be too, hard on them. They still have a lot of room, and before we know it could be 2-2, right? They win this round, it's 2-2, and who cares about Cliff at that point?
Yep. I mean, at that point, probably both teams would be thinking about a map number 3, which we are definitely going to see 2 rounds of. Now that both teams have a point. First of all, it is going to be round number 2 here on a Ghost Town, though. And we just saw that Ghost Town, it can be played very, very fast, but I'm not going to give up my storyline of Ghost Town normally being one of the slower maps in the pool.
Yeah, normally. I don't think Hit and Run's going to go for a cap play 2 rounds in a row. Once, all good and all, second time. Also, it's easier to reset the cap from the other side because the 705A can start scraping against the building and get a full reset. So it doesn't really work that well from the side that they're playing from now. So I doubt we'll see it 2 times in a row.
Well, might still be the case, and I think most of it will be revealed with the lineups, as the teams can obviously still shuffle around, but Hit and Run this time not going for those BZs that could be boosting towards the cap. Instead, we do see a 6CTP, 1 IS4, 1 IS7, 1 705, a double CS63, and the Rheinmetall.
And the Rheinmetall as well for Cashback, W3, Leo, CS, 705 and 60P, not really changing anything. They have, like I said, they have very specific lineups for very specific things, and I really do like the Leo. It's so accurate. I don't know if you've played it, but the increased dispersion, it's so nice.
And I mean, theoretically, he could even have an aiming unit on it. Not that that would be needed at that point, but theoretically.
Theoretically, Keyhand, many things are possible. That doesn't mean you should consider them.
All right, opening wise though, both lights do get off the full spot here, and now Liberty going through the 1-2-3 line is unspotted, does get the outspot again on T-Sec here, as I think he used his second plane already. Mentor still holding on to it at the moment, as he does see Coyote and Ised in the 705A and E3 respectively, and Coyote is gonna start capping the artillery strike. Monster might be able to get some resets on the other side of the map, though Twilight has taken a shot of damage, however.
Shot of damage. Piotr, they're going to be trying to block off this strike with his CS, but Liberty and Crypaper don't really care. There's 2 of them here. Piotr can't really do much about this.
Nope, he can't. And as Piotr now sees Crypapal, he does even bounce the shot on towards the CS63. Piotr must be realizing that, hey, I'm up against 2 tanks here, and obviously Crypapal does out-reload him. So Piotr in a bit of trouble, but there is a secondary CS that's going to come there by Hit and Run to bolster their forces. But Piotr taking the strike as well. It seems like Cashback have set their eyes onto singling out that IS-7.
Yeah, and the biggest issue here for Hit and Run right now is that they cannot keep that cap pressure going, simply because, well, there was the big strike, and now Twilight and Little are making their move. Katsai realizes he's in trouble, but a good shot from the side from the 60TP coming in against 33. Crypaper kind of left to his own devices. There's a Leo and an RHM covering. Piotr taking a lot of damage for this. The ram from T-Sec not just enough, so Paper will do one more shot, dropping Piotr towards 428, and Squeezy and Liberty are not going to be able to hold this area right now. But in return though, Twilight has found Katsai in that E3. I mean, getting pushed by an E3 is never a happy story, and Twilight was able to do that because on the offside, Ice in his E3 is pressuring away the other 60TP of Franek. So Cashback taking all their tanks in the city, making an overmatch because they simply had more tanks there to generate this kind of pressure.
And now here on the 1-2-3 line, Hit and Run, they are trying to make their numerical advantage count. The strike is going to miss, but the ram is not. Mentors does kill the opposing Rheinmetall here, so that means that Hit and Run are going to clean up that 1-2-3 line, but what are Cashback going to do in the meantime in the city is the question, as Squeezy in that Leo is bound to lose that 1 versus 2. Maybe he'll even be able to get the kill on towards the CS as he does get picked up in return though, and as the dust settles, 4 versus 3 in the tank department for Hit and Run.
Yeah, Monster there with an HC shell even, I think, against Ice, who takes now a strike as well. So Monster coming in with that CS63, evening the game back out. And now though, there's a big advantage for the side of Hit and Run, and it's the fact that they have that Light Tank's still alive and that Franek survived. Coyote takes one on the crossing as well. Monster trying to run away. And the Light is so important now with the info, with the ability to take strikes, little pressuring Panzer Fury. Let's see the roll that he gets out of this one as well. He doesn't even connect the shot against that IS-4. The IS-4 natural counter to the 60p. Mental's now coming from behind as well to make injury to insult. Insult to injury, actually. And now Little stuck between the two of them, has nowhere to go. Good shot from Ice though. Can Little find the last shell before he goes down against Mentos? Probably not even. And that is going to be really good stuff for Hit and Run. From 2-0 down, back to 2-2 Kihan. Good recovery.
Good recovery indeed, as Monster with that CS63 there to fight off against Icehead here. He is going to get the last shot in towards the E3, and now only Coyote remaining, but obviously a 3v1, you're never winning that against a team that's playing well together.
No, and this was really good stuff there. The reinforcement on 1-2 coming out from Hit and Run was really well done. And then later on finding the Leo and the IHM as well was very good for the side of Hit and Run. Again, using the cap to pressure, and it looked really dire there for a while, but they do get away with it.
They did get away with it, and they also managed to equalize it now 2-2, leaving us effectively in a best-of-5 scenario. Now, yeah, both teams just kind of not showing up on their own map pick is a little funny side note, but in the end, I think now Hit and Run and Cashback both have shown what they're good at, but they've also managed somehow to highlight the strengths of the opposing team. And I think for Hit and Run, the strength seems to be like going for shootouts, pushing Cashback into situations they might be uncomfortable with. And the strength for Cashback seems to be like just winning on meta picks and then playing well together off of Fosh Bs.
Yeah. And so far, so good. I mean, Cat said it's 0 there, but in return, though, this time around, you have the Light from Hit and Run. Mental's really performing, putting in the numbers for their side. And also Panzer Fury doing pretty well. Monster with SCS from the field. Franek surviving in that 60p. More important than you may imagine, of course, because Cashback was forced to try and find that kill when it was a 4v3.
And I think one thing that's also important to highlight here is, yes, the Leopard did get top damage, but it showcases one of the weaknesses of the Leopard, actually, and that it's not really able to bring its HP into the fight. Like, yes, it profits when the allies are fighting, and it does a lot of DPM, but
The reason that on the same side though, yeah, the only reason that the Leo was able to get the kill there at the end is because of the extra DPM he got.
That is true.
But without that, he wouldn't even get the kill on this, yes. So
yeah, I guess so, true. Also, maybe if it was a CS, he would have bounced 1 or 2 more shots, because the gun is just iffy sometimes. Now, though, Cliff and Ghost Town both being done, we are headed over towards Pilsen. And Pilsen, I mean, doesn't really play like Cliff or Ghost Town either.
yeah, I'm not really sure altogether how this is going to play out on Pilsen. It's a map that has a lot of variance of play towards the cap, towards the field, through the middle even. We've seen at some point. I'm not too sure. I mean, Cashback does seem like the kind of team that is a bit more controlling across the map. Well, Hit and Run seems to have finally found the answer to Cashback's strategy, which is put some pressure early on, but not too much. Just enough to force the error. That was working really well for them in Ghost Town. Twice using the cap as an instrument to make that happen. Got away with it. Maybe they can repeat something similar on Pilsen. One of the important things to keep into account is usually the middle strike, because if the middle strike gets taken in by your team, you can transition towards the cap, because the other strike is usually a non-factor. So, but it depends. It really depends what kind of game style we're going to get here. A lot of this map is actually playable, which is unbelievable.
The cap, however, sometimes not so much so, simply because it's very, very open towards a lot of sides. Yes, I mean, you can hide from one side and then be on the other, but usually that means giving up a strike, and then, well, you're not safe from the strike. Also, there are some very interesting interactions when you two take the strike that we just saw here on the outside, and then you destroy something in the house, and you can shoot through the cap, for example. But I think this is one of the maps that are a question mark, not only for us, but also for the teams as to how the opposing team is going to play it.
The lineups will say a lot. There's a lot of ways to play it. The only way you can play the cap can, like I said, is if you take the middle strike. If you take the middle strike, then you can put so much cap pressure that you force somebody from the enemy team into the cap. So if you don't take the mid strike, like the one centered in the factory, you have no business being on the cap. That's why you'll see teams usually take that one first, and then you see them transition towards a potential cap play. But the current tanks that Hit and Run are going to be picking could still change, but probably not. 60p, Mouse, 277, CS, FHB, E3, and an RHM.
For cashback, we do see the RHM as well, together with an E3, 2684, CS 705, 277, 60 TP. I mean, I would say both lineups don't really reveal a whole lot. They could do just about anything. There are specialized tanks that are going to be probably closer towards the cap, 60 TP Mouse, but 2684 is a wild card for me. Foch can obviously go anywhere. Both lights getting the full spot off though, and that means that we might be in for some mind games even. As soon as the spot subsides, you can, for example, turn around and just play the other side with that, but none of the tanks are doing it. No one is faking where they're going, and this means that Cashback will have, I mean, the early advantage on the field, but it might be Hit and Run who has the last laugh when I see the tanks there.
They might have the last laugh indeed. We'll see. Squeezy taking the strike relatively for free. I don't think Piotr is going to make it there on time to reset. Now there's a 60 TP coming into the field for Cashback though. That's quite people there coming with that big old meaty 60 TP. Now that is a true annoying thing to go through, and Franek here might actually give a shot on the crossing towards the 64. Good positioning if he does. Nice! T-Sec even getting one as well. 872 on that V4. Good angles there. Good timing from both Franek and T-Sec. And if you're wondering who Franek is, you would know him under the nickname of Mineros beforehand, but he went for the full rename.
Going for the full rename, adding a lot of numbers as well, and now we'll see if he'll be able to do a number on the enemy. I said they're not really pushable, to be honest, in that 268 V4. That being said, he can't really start pushing either, just because he lost a lot of HP pretty early on. Now, Franek here, or Minairos, in the Mouse, eyeing himself a little bit of that 2684, but both of those tanks actually bouncing on each other. The Onslaught modifier is not enough to make those shots fly true.
Franek has to be real careful there in the Mouse and pull back, because Twilight is coming on his side. Little is coming from the other side. Takes one already, 650. Lucky that the second one doesn't connect. Could have been a lot worse for that Mouse player. A little bit of an overextension, IMO Kihan. Not sure what you think about that, but going to be very, very careful making those kind of moves. And there's still the double strike potential here for Cashback. And if you're Cashback, I was going to say, I think you just put it on Piotr ×2.
I mean, definitely Franek there getting punished less than he probably should have. Should be counting his lucky stars here right now in that Mouse to still be at almost 4k HP. Squeezy taking the strike again after having it land on Piotr. Now he has the second strike up and running, so he can support wherever it needs to be on the map as Piotr starts pushing back Cry PayPal. And now Monster coming in here with that fully loaded Foch B. Does miss his first shot though, does take two in return. Needs to be a tiny bit careful actually.
He's going to take a big strike here in a second as well. The double whammy, bam, bam. See you later, alligator, says Cashback, as they get a nice 1.5k Little strike on the group of hit and run tanks. Got a little bit over eager. They saw an opportunity on the field with the amount of tanks that were in the city, but a little bit too slow to get there. The 60p already repositioning back. Little returning as well. Coyote and Liberty in defensive positions. But they do seem to find the 60TP from the side with the RHM of the side of Mentos, getting some back shots in on towards that 60p. Now Monster coming around with the ability. They will find the 60p, but the price was paid at the very least for that. Monster now dropped towards 591 HP, and Squeezy is going to have another strike in 20 seconds. Liberty now picking up Monster. He needs to be careful against Mentos. A little bit of a strike there against Piotr as well. Is that a big one? Yes, that is a big one. That's a level 3 CS strike. But Ice in return in trouble against Ketsai on the offhand of your screen. Ketsai actually picks that up, so that's not that good again from Cashback. The 268v4 getting caught out.
268 before getting caught out. Also Mentos and the Rheinmetall right now on the 0 line was just spotted, took 2 shots in return, and slowly but surely Hit and Run need to be very careful regarding the strikes that are surely going to keep landing. The 705A in the middle of the map is going to be able to get another one, and as soon as that one lands onto Piotr, he's going to be a one-shot as well here. Hit and Run now, they have Ketsai in the cap, but they don't really have anyone supporting him there, so Ketsai needs to be increasingly careful as there's a 277 that's coming from the side, and he doesn't seem to have the ability right now to face off immediately against the 277. T-Sec now getting sent on the 0 line in the CS to start getting some angles, because I think Piotr realizes that he's in a pickle on that field.
Yeah, Coyote getting spotted out though. He's going to have T-Sec behind him. There comes the shot against Piotr and the kill with the strike. Good stuff there from Squeezy. Multitasking. Coyote now getting flying though by T-Sec, by Mentos. Liberty needs to get out of there. Cut the dead weight that is Coyote at this point, and Mentos using that HE to his advantage. I like it very much when you do that. A little bit greedy, because if you don't pen, it's very bad, but at the same time the damage gain is pretty impressive. Little will be forced to take the shot, him or Squeezy, one of the two. It's going to be Squeezy to take it, and now we see Twilight though making his march down the middle of the map. Doesn't really have a lot of things he can do. He's going for that mouse. It's the best play he could imagine. 4v4, Franek takes one more, a little bit of a strike from the CS as well. Franek now behind, and Twilight still in a lot of trouble in that position. There is the cap that has gotten started for the side of Cashback, which are about 1000 HP down, but the biggest issue right now is that Twilight, the real linchpin, stuck in the factory.
Stuck in the factory indeed, but now the Rheinmetall of Liberty by Cashback once again with a play, and the strike that he's going to be picking up might just be enough to equalize the scoreline in terms of HP. Right now 1000 apart, make that a bit more as one shot does land on towards Twilight, who is dropping further and further down in the HP department. T-Sec now starting to peak here. I think that's a mouse coming as well. Shot going in towards Twilight. He's down towards one shot, even for AG possibly. And it's going to be Pan's Fury in the 60 TP to pick it up. Cap still going though. 40 seconds. Hit and Run need to reset somehow.
I think there was a mistake there even from Franek to go in the way he did. Losing 2 shots worth of HP against that 277 of Little, who's just popping off at this moment in time. They do have the emergency. No, they use their strike, I guess. They use the small strike as well now. So no opportunity for them to deny the strike being taken by Panzer Fury. And Little there, a little bit greedy in return, getting blasted by both T-Sec and the mouse. Trying to reverse side scrape, trying to do the tightest possible angle. Takes the big strike to the face as well. That's not looking good. And a good shot again from T-Sec against Little, pushes them down towards the one shot, and now Panzer Fury coming in as well. Little getting picked up by the mouse, was trying to dodge the strike, and now Squeezy and Liberty, the last two standing here for Cashback, wondering how they just lost not 1, not 2, but 3 rounds in a row.
Hit and Run definitely on a roll here. Squeezy does get picked up as well, leaving only Liberty. We know that he can do miraculous things with a light, but probably not when he's down on 650, duking it out with a mouse and only 30 seconds to go on the clock, because realistically all that Franek needs to do is delay until the cap has finished, and he himself is still a 2-shot for that Rheinmetall as well. Good shot through the, I guess, hulls of Hetzers, and a strike does go down by Liberty on towards Franek, but it does nothing to reset the cap that just completes. So Hit and Run, after being down 0-2, now find themselves in a pretty commanding position as they are up.
It is what it is. T-Sec popping off together with Panzer Fury. Good stuff there from them.
Yep. Meanwhile, CryPayPal only 1 shot of damage. I mean, he was the one to get pushed at the start of the game here. And, like, their cashback was actually trading bet quite well. For example, the Foshby of Monster, not really with a big impact. And, yeah, in the end, it was Panzer Fury and mostly T-Sec also with his plays that had a pretty good round of World of Tanks just now, taking the team, putting it onto his back and carrying them to round 3. For them, it's only 2 more that they require, but sometimes the last 2, and especially the last one, can be the hardest one.
Yeah, can indeed be the hardest one. It's the best of 9, so 2 more rounds in it to bring it across. And now Cashback really needs to stop this train of Hit and Run from taking off even further than it has already. It's past the first 3 stations. If it goes to the 4th station, it's probably going all the way. So they need to stop it now. But so far, it just looks like Hit and Run in these last few rounds has always won the mid-game engagement somehow, even though in this game it looked rather bad for them because the trade for the 60p was not that great. But then you had this V4 kind of dying by himself against Ketsai, and I think that changed the battle.
Yeah, I mean, if the V4 doesn't die, but instead it's the E3, then you have a lot of new angles that, instead of getting controlled by the opponents, are suddenly working in your favor. But we could see that the E3 at the end just, you know, in some clutch situations there. And I think that 1v1 was possibly what ended up winning Hit and Run the round, because they weren't starting off too good on the field. Like, I feel like that opening was kind of meh, but they somehow salvaged it by playing it well everywhere else.
Yeah. Now, a second round of Pilsen, though. I mean, we could clearly see that it's a lot slower. And it's even weirder that Hit and Run managed to take it away, because there were so many good strikes from Cashback. Like, strikes that did like 1.5k damage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was wham bam, thank you ma'am. But in the end, it was Hit and Run who were thanking themselves, I guess, for putting themselves into the position that they're in now, which is looking a lot better than 3 games ago. Now, it is Cashback who are looking for the equalizer on Pilsen game number 2. And I think the lineups might possibly tell us more about what's yet to come. And, 2 new tanks that we haven't seen yet. Make that 1 as the 430U disappears. But Hit and Run bring the M454 together with an E5 for speed. Triple 2684, make that 2 lineup still changing. I think the Rheinmetall is, 100% confirmed, though.
Cashback, on the other hand, Archem, E3, V4, CS, 758, 277, and 60 TP. Hit and Run has brought a lot of 268 V4s before on this map, if you remember from the last Onslaught Legends Cup. I think they brought like 6 or 7 almost. Don't quite remember. But yeah.
It was at least 5.
Yeah, it was a lot too. It was very confusing. I remember that much.
Mm-hmm. Now, opening-wise, I mean, Hit and Run, that setup is kind of annoying to push into if you're a Cashback, simply because of the 2684s, the Foch, the 705A when it's side-scraping, etc. Then again, I mean, the Cashback lineup doesn't look like it's very, very nice to push into either. They do have 2 TDs as well. And they also have that 705 that can just side-scrape when needed. Now, Squeezy, once again, in that 705A, he's going to set up shop in this cap circle here. He does complete the first capture. So, yeah, that would be a nice strike on towards the cap if he gets a spot onto it. And
this is what I was talking about, Kian, if you remember. If you want to play that cap, like the 3-line cap, it only really works if you're taking the strike in the middle. But they don't have that strike. Squeezy to it.
And he's also like a 705A. Like, he can side scrape against the cap. thus essentially like nullifying a lot of the pressure that it would generate. I mean, it's now going to be up to the players that are, aggressing on the field. It is Liberty and Coyote, and they're going to find a running monster. That is a pretty good timing for Cashback.
Yeah, but how much time do they have left before Monster comes off reload? Because that's a 6-shell first B. If Coyote can get past Monster, that would be huge. Do they actually see him? I mean, they definitely should see him now. Monster coming back into the fight. He's even going for Liberty. A little bit of a surprise here for the two players from Cashback. Monster obviously off reload. Squeezy getting pressured in the middle. Seems to be in trouble. PayPal in the trouble as well against Ketzar and Piotr. It doesn't seem to get better for Cashback across this map. Everywhere you look, you're seeing issues for them and their team at this moment in time. Ice now coming over to try and help, but Fury in his IS-4 also coming to support this, and the strike coming out should pick up the 60 TP. Now Ice in trouble, Squeezy down, hit and run, making dominance from the last 4 rounds against Cashback, who had a great start, but now looking at it again, they're left with 5 tanks versus the 7 from Hit and Run, who've pulled another number against these Cashback tanks. Make that 4 Cashback tanks left standing.
4 Cashback tanks left standing, and yes, Franek is very, very low and does get picked up by Liberty from somewhere else on the map, but now Little is probably gonna die as T-Sec comes off reload, and that is just one more tank down and out for a team of Cashback that are reduced to less than 50% of their initial numbers. And yes, Piotr just took a truckload of damage in his V4, but at this point, does it even matter? My answer would be absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Coyote, Twilight, and Liberty just waiting to go to the grave as Hit and Run has pulled a pretty good number on them. 4 rounds in a row. Cashback is definitely wondering and scratching their head. Like, we were 2-0. Now it's 4-2, and Hit and Run looking to put themselves into the finals, waiting for the NA representative to join them there, which we will figure out once this match finishes.
Exactly. First of all, though, Hit and Run are going to clean up the remainders of the Cashback lineup. Mentos and Liberty kissing in their Rheinmetalls, but now T-Sec puts the nail into the coffin, and Monster to shut it out. Hit and Run with an absolute streak coming in 4 games in a best of 7. That is normally the format for most of the matches that we see. They would be through already, but here, not so much. They need 1 more, and obviously, as this was round number 6 of the match, we're now also going to switch maps again. It's not going to be Pilsen anymore. That was, I guess not Cashback's map at all.
I mean, you could say that the last 2 were in Cashback's map at all, if you're thinking about it. I mean, you know, losing 4 rounds in a row, it's pretty rough for them. And this one, they didn't lose in the mid round. They just lost everywhere.
Yeah, it was like normally you see one side losing, and naturally that means that the other side should be winning. This wasn't the case at all this time. It was just Hit and Run all the way everywhere on the map, getting, I mean, what at the start seemed like a bad timing on towards the Fosh B of Monster, but you know, as soon as that Fosh B turns around and says like, hey, I'm reloaded, guys, wanna come brawl a little bit? Yeah, this is when it starts going awry. For Cashback here. They didn't have any answers in this round, or the 3 that were preceding it, and now, I mean, I guess we have to be worried for this team of Cashback. Then again, we are now heading towards a map pick of Hit and Run.
Map pick of
I mean, normally that would be a good thing, but apparently not today.
I mean, Westfield can be a lot quicker pace though, again, just like Cliff.
Do you think there is any big discrepancy in like Westfield being sided? Like, is it normally a 1-1 map, or is it just up for grabs essentially?
I think West has better positions overall.
I mean, that's why it's called Westfield, right? It's not Eastfield.
Oh my god, dude. Oh, dude. Somebody get that man a stage so he can perform as a comedian. Don't worry, after this show, we have Kihan After Dark, the comedian from Wargaming.
As long as it doesn't go wild, then it should be okay. Anyway, though, Cashback, I mean, they need 2 more right now. to even make it to tiebreaker. On the other side, if Hit and Run now managed to take it, that would be my prediction exactly. So I'd be pretty happy with that. Which means that you have to be rooting for Cashback now, at least going from past experiences. Anyway, though, let's head into what might be the last round of the EU semifinals here, and it would be a little bit of an upset considering the past result of the OLC number 2. Then again, as I highlighted at the start of the match, a lot of time has passed, a lot of time that will probably have been put into training for either of those teams, and so far it seems to have worked out better for the Polish squad.
Let's see the lineups. Maybe we can kind of tell what kind of style of Westfield we're gonna get. You can play up, you can play down. In this mode, like between these teams, and in tournaments in general, you can play the cap. I would not advise it in random onslaught, but in tournaments you can, because you can split up just enough that the strikes don't do that much. But lineups, Cashback, double Fush B, double Badger, a CS, ×2, and it's 60 TP.
And for Hit and Run, more of a conservative lineup, I guess. Double 60 TP, 1 BZ75, 1 E50M, double B, and the Rheinmetall. But Cashback, without a light tank, quadruple TD. That is an unprecedented focus on firepower.
Yeah, if this is gonna work out, we'll see. There will be no info for Cashback on what's happening because they don't have a light, but Hit and Run will have to adjust really quickly to what mental spots for them do.
Yep. And now it's going to be important, how much info does the Rheinmetall of Mentos get? Well, everything. And they do immediately see the double B, Force B that is, and the Rheinmetall there. Yeah, they do get all the info, but what are they going to do with it is the question. As Mentos goes towards the RD Strike, opts out of taking it though. He knows that there must be a Force B close, and he does get outspotted by the Force B, it seems. And, well, actually, I think Liberty is a little bit too low in the ditch. And this means that he might come as a very, very nasty surprise to both T-Sec and Mentos.
Yes, nasty surprise to T-Sec and Mentos. I mean, there's a Fush B there. Ice getting pushed by double Fush B. He's playing around the buildings. He's getting shot from behind or trying to use the ability, but it's not going to keep him alive. As now the repushes coming out actually from the side of Cashback, which are down a lot of HP already. Monster Cats are just hiding behind the buildings. T-Sec has found himself a lonely Fush B who's out of steam, but Monster falling, Ketsai falling as well, and Amorak even. Yes, the Fush B of Liberty is dying off screen, but that takes time. He's even healing back in that Fush B. It's taking 2 tanks from Hit and Run to kill him right now, as Franak's getting pushed on by Twilight, by PayPal, by Little, and he's getting blasted to pieces. Squeezy also surrounded in his Badger, but I'd say, Kihan, the way it's looking right now, that Cashback might be able to bring this to themselves if they're able to kill this 60p. Oof, what a low roll from the BZ. Now Twilight will come and finish him off though. Squeezy falling, the Fush B fell as well as a 4v4, but Cashback does have those combat tanks.
Cashback, of course, with the combat tanks here, but that means that they are on a timer as well. As T-Sec gets found in the open, though, this is not what he wanted to have happen. And now Pans Fury and Piotr, they need to make their shots count against Coyote before Cry PayPal gets there. Pans Fury actually driving out of the strike, and he does get the pickup. So right now, 4 versus 3 situation, but that BZ75 has backup, actually, from the Badger, who does get tagged in the back. And obviously, the Badger, if it's not shooting right now, then it's the perfect timing for them to take shots at the Badger as well, simply because of the reload ability. I think Twilight here unable to punish Piotr on the cross as well, and that E50M together with the Rheinmetall from the back lines continuously pouring the DPM. Somehow the HP are equal now.
Yeah, but the good stuff there is the BZ is finding Panzer Fury, will reload before him. Twilight trying to take the strike, Little just alive on a one shot, but if the Badger is able to take the strike against T-Sec, he's not actually, no, he actually took it, no? Did he take it? He did take it!
I'm not entirely sure. He does. get the kill onto the E50M as well with it.
Yeah, that was a huge kill actually from the Badger, because this makes it into a 2v2. Mentos now is going to be able to find Little, though. Little will actually probably survive this. He does. Now tries to get behind the building. PayPal coming back in. Could be a 1v1, but it should always be Cashback at this point. The body block, the body slam as well coming in. And Piotr is going to be regretting that one bounce he had earlier on, as he's down towards the one shot. Little to pick it up. Cashback, hold on for dear life on round number 1 of Westfield.
Cashback holding on and holding strong in an absolute cracker of a round here. The firepower able to pull it through for the team of Cashback, but man, that was a little bit too close for comfort.
Too close for comfort indeed, and if one or two things go different, like the timing of the Badger taking the strike and then being able to kill the E50, I think he took it. I wasn't sure. Either he took it and killed it, or he just killed him anyways. That was clutch. That was very clutch.
Exactly. And once again, we have seen now 7 rounds, but not a single one converted on the map pick of either team. And if that continues, that means we are going all the way towards a tiebreaker. We are not there yet, however. And now we do see ISET and Liberty in those Fosh Bs, just like we saw once on Cliff. They did get sent in, and it's like, you know, go and do as much damage as you can, and the rest of the team will profit off of that. This time, Little and Cry PayPal, both of them over 5k damage, almost 6k here for Cry PayPal. So good stuff for them. And the Fosh Bs for Indel, that wasn't the call.
No, those double Fosh Bs. I mean, Monster, they're really not being able to do much. Yeah, those 7-tank pushing lineup. It is a lot of HP to go through, and that worked out for them in the end. They found their repush. That was working out for them. Their Fosh B did slightly more than Monster did, and that really makes a difference at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm. Also, I think Cashback were doing a good job of essentially always keeping up the pressure and keeping those combat tanks in the fight, not giving enough time to Mentos in that Rheinmetall to really start shining. Because essentially, if you don't force the issue, if you don't force the fight, and you don't have a light to run circles around the enemy, then over time, odds are you're probably not winning that round.
Well, one more for Cashback to bring it towards a tiebreaker. It's been a close series overall, with Hit and Run getting the better end of the stick in the mid-game, picking up 4 rounds in a row. But now Westfield, Cashback picking up 1. They need another one to bring it to Studzianki. Do you believe in it, Kihant?
50-50. I'm split dead in between. It's really hard for me to predict who's taking this round. I mean, the fact that it's Invil's map pick probably means Cashback.
That's how this works now?
I guess so. So far, with that, it would be 100% prediction correctness. Obviously, Invil will have a lot to say about this, however, and maybe they will start now here in what once again might be the last round of the EU semi-final. Hit and Run coming in, probably a bit annoyed after last round. Quadruple BZ75, double CS, 1 Rheinmetall. It's very straightforward what we see here.
Very straightforward what we see. Cashback on the other hand, 60p, BC, i7, AX, double Badger, and an HM.
Badger. I guess we have to wait if they once again find a lot of mushrooms in this round. As the Centurion Action X, I guess, let's take a little time to explain it. He essentially has an Inspire ability that boosts the entire team. That's why he gets taken, not necessarily because of the DPM that the Centurion brings to the table. And now we see Hit and Run starting this round off, going a lot of tanks towards the middle, or rather towards the cap, that is.
Towards the cap. Big play here for the side of Hit and Run, but this lineup, Kihan, of BCs, it does not really do well against Badgers.
Nope, that it does not, and especially as the Badgers now start making their way in towards the middle, towards that cap, this is going to demonstrate the power of this tier 10 TD. That hold down is just absolutely a bunker.
Yeah, they should use those double badgers to get into a position to start peeking those BZs. And here we go, though. One of the BZs crossing over towards Sketsai, who misses his shot as well. They're starting to swing towards the outside. Ice crossing over as well, which gets Sketsai in an even worse position, takes more damage. They're pushing over against Squeezy, though, but that is a badger. Every time you shoot him, he is reloaded, so he should be able to do his damage. Nonetheless, Twilight is there with the X as well, and for hit and run, they're hitting and they're running, but they're running straight into the guns from Cashback, which is just having a great time. The Badgers are badgering. This is a sight to behold if you're a British fan. Just absolutely supremacy reigning over hit and run with the Badger.
Rule Britannia, rule the hills of Westfield is what the Badgers are doing right now, but hit and run are not out of this one yet. The HP are still somewhat close, but they need to finish off the kills here. Tsek is now looking for the kill on towards Squeezy, and I think he just might about get it. Little is also pretty low, but instead Tsek just gets blown up here. 2 quick kills by hit and run to answer, but Cashback, they do have the HP advantage now, 3.5k.
They do need to start finding kills, like you said. I will agree with that. If they allow one more guy to get focused out without returning something, it will be pretty bad. But Coyote smartly moves towards the lower side where he can get supported by more of his team. Piotr now coming in as well. Rams him to death, though. Starting to be a little bit worrisome. Ice going for the ram against Monster. Doesn't get it out, and Ice will now pick up the kill, but Liberty dropped towards a one-shot. Maybe it's not over just yet, Kian.
It is not over yet, but it is very close to it. Somehow hit and run have brought the HP a little bit closer, but Piotr now on a one-shot, as I said, picks up Mentos in the Rheinmetall as well. Crypapal getting dropped to a one-shot does get picked up too, and now I said he needs to connect that shot on towards Piotr. He does it with the ram instead. Beautiful play by the IS-7 of Cashback, and now Once Fury left in the 1 versus 2, but he's never going to catch Liberty around this house here, and this means that Liberty can just pick and choose the openings to shoot from.
Yeah, and an important factor what Ice did there, instead of getting real close, but I don't know if you paid attention that he intuitioned to HE to finish off Mentos, who was around 600 HP. If the Light gets to survive there and play Ring Around the Rosie, things could become dicey. So really good stuff in the end game from the IS-7, making sure that his team gets it towards tiebreaker, and all the good work that Hit and Run did in the mid-series, picking up those 4 rounds in a row, kinda thrown away now because, well, I mean, it's tiebreaker, so...
Exactly, and I would say the momentum probably favoring Cashback right now, as it was them to pick up the last 2 rounds of play that we saw. First of all, let's take a look at the post-battle stats. And we do see actually the Centurion not with the greatest of performances. Also, he didn't stay alive for like terribly long, so I guess the amount of Inspire damage, yeah, it's kind of low, 1500.
Yeah, he kind of got focused out when they pushed over. Wasn't in the greatest position, wasn't able to disengage. The Inspire would have been huge for his team, to be honest. Would have added a lot, even for the Badgers. Next to DPM, but Ice there, 4.7, 4 kills. Truly great performance from him. Basically, the reason they won is because they did everything right.
Yep. And most of the time, that's actually what's going to win you rounds in World of Tanks, just not doing mistakes. But that tends to be more difficult than it sounds. Now, after Cliff, Ghost Town, Pilsen, and Westfield, we are headed towards Studzianki. What are your thoughts on the map?
Well, it's a Polish map. It has a great soundtrack. The minimap is shaped in particular ways, and
yeah, most of the time I think it's a square.
Yeah, that's not quite what I meant, Kihan, but you know what? I don't really want to explain beyond that point. Yeah, it has a factory as well, and
so you're saying it's a bit like Pilsen? That would mean hit and run, take it.
I don't know what kind of Studzianki we're gonna get between these two. That's the biggest question. The cap is not really playable normally.
Normally, yeah. I mean, also Studzianki is quite the large map, and like depending on how the splits are going to go, because I think we are going to see the team splitting here, because you can't just afford to give one side completely towards the enemy. That can snowball out of control rather quickly. I mean, essentially on Studzianki, you also have the outside like info point, and then you have the other side that opens up a lot of shots and a lot of possibilities for doing damage, but there is no strike there. So that's kind of the trade-offs you make when going into Studzianki.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just curious for the tank lineups to see how it gets played out. Because Studzianki, at least on NA, was a bit more of a slower map where both teams start initially not doing too much, and then you have a congregation in the south of more and more tanks until somebody pulls the trigger and then positions decide almost everything. So comparing it to what we might see here, I feel like Hit and Run might do something pushy, and Cashback is going to have like one of each with a Leo, a CS, an E3, a Mouse, you know, a little bit of everything like they had on Ghost Town.
Also, some info for the viewers. Hit and Run had the fastest game. That was the, I think, Ghost Town cap win that they had, and they picked the left side of Studzianki. Not that I think it matters terribly much.
No, I don't think so either, but you never know.
I mean, all of the players probably spent a lot of time on this map by now, so maybe they're aware of some tiny advantage that they are able to wrestle from the map for themselves. I think we're just about a minute out from the lobby actually starting, and then we'll be able to crown at least the European champion for now. Obviously, after that, it's going to be NA games, and after that, we'll have, I guess, a transatlantic rivalry going on. I'm very much looking forward to the coming two matches as well. First of all, though, professional content extension in between Hit and Run and Cashback here, as we are gonna go the full distance in towards the tiebreaker of Studzianki.
I want to see the lineups. That's it. I won't say anything more until I see the lineups.
I guess that leaves me to cover until we actually do see those. Just about 30 seconds until we might see those. But yeah, I'm trying to think of any tank that we haven't really seen yet. I think the only one that comes to mind there is maybe the 430U.
430U, even 100, Wheezy TD, Jagdpanzer.
Oh, true. Jagdpanzer was pretty dominant.
Yeah, I'm thinking what else that hasn't been. I mean, E100, I already said that. 5A, actually, we haven't seen that either. It was picked a decent amount, but maybe that's because we haven't seen Airfield yet. It was mainly picked on Airfield.
I mean, EBR, but we haven't seen Glacier.
Yeah, but it could have been playing on Ghost Town.
Oh, T57 and 430U. I guess two new tanks to add to the list. Hit and Run coming in towards... Hit and Run coming in towards the tiebreaker here with triple 60 TP, double 430U. It seems like Mentos heard you, a 5A as well, and a T57.
Good thing to keep into account. No lighting for Hit and Run Cashback. With a light though. E3, 4HP, 430U, E50M, 277 times 2. So Hit and Run has that pushing potential.
Hit and Run has that pushing potential, and I think they need to push at some point as well, because that Rheinmetall of Liberty is just going to take position after position, and with it, map control away from the team of Hit and Run. They obviously do have that hit squad of the double 430U that can hit very, very well, but like Cashback on the same time, or at the same time, they do have a 430U and an E50M as well, so two tanks with the fun EDPM button. To counter that, and now Hit and Run, they want nothing to do with any of it. They're just saying, let's go straight in towards the cap. It worked on Ghost Town. Let's see if we can make it work here on Studzianki as well. Actually pushing past and over the cap as well.
Pushing past and over the cap. It's an all-out play here from Hit and Run in this tiebreaker, trying to make this work. Archam already on the side, though. Cashback trying to stay far enough away that they're not in trouble of getting repushed. So it's onto Liberty. It's onto the 277 that's in the south to try and get these resets on towards these tanks from hit and run. Keep in mind, there is no CSs, there's no strike, there's nothing here for the side of Cashback that can reset outside of potentially that lighting. And now Little comes in though, makes a shot, gets a reset, Liberty trying to find an alternative angle, and that's the trigger for hit and run. They've realized they can't cap anymore, but where are they going? Who are they pushing into? It's Little, he pops the ability, he's ready to receive, ready to roll around the corner even, but takes 2.1 to the face immediately, but he is healing a lot of this back. Twilight now getting surrounded in that E3 though, not sure why he decided to push up. He wants to find the shot on T-Sec, drop his HP low, but for hit and run, they have found the target to pounce on.
Indeed, now Franek in that T57 currently a non-factor as he's reloading, but Mentos in the 5-way is probably going to win his 1-on-1 on the outside, and this means tank advantage for a hit and run currently that also seem to have HP advantage generated. Now Franek with that T57, he does one against Squeezy, make that two. Obviously with the heat it's difficult to double track, but a good strike coming in as well from hit and run, hitting Squeezy, hitting Coyote as well, and all of a sudden hit and run well and truly ahead in the tiebreak.
And Little getting blown up to pieces. Hit and run was looking for a target, and they got more than one actually. It wasn't Little, it was Twilight, and it was the 277, I think, of Ice on A6. I think a little bit of an overreaction here from Cashback Kihan. They did find the reset, but just the first B, not really needed to bring the E3 that close, or the 277 on A6, I think.
Definitely some overreactions by Cashback, putting themselves too close against this brutal and punishing lineup that we saw by hit and run. So Cashback, they did 7 combat tanks once on Westfield, but hit and run are like, what you can do, we can do better. And with this, not only do they win the match, but also they lock in their slot in the grand finals later today against their NA opponents that are still to be determined. But congratulations to hit and run for, you know, not only coming back into the match after the first map, but also just basically reversing the kind of momentum that Cashback had gotten themselves onto.
Yeah, it was really good stuff from hit and run to overcome what happened at the end of the day for them. They were able to do that and reset mentally into this tiebreaker, pick it up as well. I think deservedly so over the course of the match here as well. They did a really all-out strategy, risky one, but it paid off.
It did indeed pay off beautifully, and that 5A that you were talking about, theory crafting about it before the game, it did indeed come in clutch, coming in top damage. And you can see Liberty with that Rheinmetall, he's top damage for his team. So if hit and run had given more time to once again the Rheinmetall player, then that could have been a round that goes out of control for the team of hit and run. But obviously deciding to commit straight on towards and over the cap, then immediately finding targets to push upon, maybe Little even getting lucky to not get blown up immediately. Yeah, beautiful play by hit and run. That was as aggressive as it gets, and they reward themselves for it.
They reward themselves for it with a win, and most importantly, already some secured kebab funds, as I would call them, so they're going to be pretty happy about that. Next up, though, Dopamine versus Smile, the NA finals rematch. We have to see who brings it to hit and run.
I mean, you have been playing some NA Onslaught tournaments. What's your inside opinion there, I guess?
I don't know. It depends on how much both teams have trained between then and now. In the finals, it was 5-4. It was a very close ordeal between the two of us. We really could have gone either way, to be honest. So it really depends on who has trained the most since then. And of course, I mean, for Smile, it's a little bit different because I was leading in the tournament for them that qualified them for this, and now External's back and he's leading. They have done some trainings. We'll see how that plays out. I mean, it's kind of hard to tell, you know, it's a big change again.
I mean, yeah, having the FC change is obviously the biggest single player change that could happen. That all being said and done, no, I think for us, for the time being, that's quite enough jibber jabber. We'll be back with the NA semifinal after some replays. Well, hello there, and welcome back in the Independence Day Onslaught Showmatch. And now we have, with the magic and power of the internet, just done a very, very far journey as we've hopped across the Atlantic. We are about to watch a banger in between Smile and Dopamine, the previous finalists from the OLC number 2 of NA.
Yeah. Rematch of the finals. If you didn't watch it, it was 5-4 for Dopa in that match up. So this is a rematch now between these two. They have a wonderful logo. It's beautifully created. I think I even know who made it as well. So
oh wow,
absolutely stellar.
That artist deserves a pay raise, definitely.
Yeah. It's PM. He made the logo that we used during the draft tournament as well. It's an absolute masterpiece. Young, talented American.
I mean, to be honest, even if I tried, I think I couldn't do it any better in paint. Absolutely beautiful. Now, however, let's go over the team lineups. The Smile team under now their captain External. You said it, he's also going to be leading. And some of those names on the lineup are going to be familiar to you if you watched last November's WCI. Quite a few players made the journey to China already.
Yeah, I mean, they were the representatives there, so they're a well-versed, experienced team. I might be a little bit biased, but I don't even think I voted for them, so I'm not that biased.
A little bit of bias must be allowed, and they are going to be taking it up against Dopamine. And I guess Dopamine now a bit of a more known factor coming into this, just because, well, their FC didn't change. But at the same time, Dopamine, the team that did end up losing the OLC number 2. So they have something to prove here.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Dopa should be, again, favorites because, you know, they did win the last tournament. That buys you some respect and credibility and does make you the favorite, no?
I mean, yeah, it kind of does, I guess. Then again, it is still Onslaught and some of the meta still settling in. Now, compared to EU, how do you think, or are there any differences in the meta being played?
Not really. I think a lot of stuff is very similar. Of course, the issue that NA has is there's just not as much training available as there is on EU. I think that's the biggest factor holding them back. It's just a lot easier to get trainings on EU than it is on NA.
That being said, though, the pick and ban is going to have the same structure, of course. All going to be played on a USC, and as Pilsen and Cliff get taken out respectively, we're going to start on Westfield. Then we're going to be headed towards Halluf. Airfield is another band together with Studzianki, and then we have Ensk and Glacier as maps number 3 and 4. Ghost Town would be the possible tiebreaker. But yeah, Westfield, if the past match is anything to go by, we're going to start off with a bang.
Yeah, we're definitely going to start off with a bang. I mean, Westfield is a very interesting map. We've seen it being played in a few ways now. And I am, for one, quite looking forward to see how it goes between these two.
It is not really predictable for me who's going to be taking that one, to be honest. I think both teams, just like on the EU server, definitely have the strength, player skill-wise, and also on a tactical level, to take it up and take it over against the opposing team. Now, map selection-wise, I think we are a little on the slower side, at least for Glacier. But then again, I mean, Halluf is an absolutely brawl-focused map. On Westfield, the brawls usually start very early. And I mean, on Ensk, keep in mind, this is Onslaught. So the rail tracks that normally basically like split the western area of the map from the eastern one, you can pass through in Onslaught. So it makes the rotations a lot shorter on Ensk as well.
It does make those rotations a lot shorter. But let's get into predictions. Who did you go for and why?
I have to quickly recheck just so that I don't say anything wrong. I went with the 5-3 for dopamine. So
Can you remind me of mine?
5-4 for dopamine.
See, I'm not biased at all. Nobody can say I'm biased. I'm literally not. I think it will be close. I know Smile trained a decent. I think they trained a decent amount. Then again, I can't say how much Dopa trained because, you know, I have first-hand information to how much Smile trained because, you know, I was there for some of them. So I can kind of tell that, you know, they did prepare for it. But again, same as in match number 1, we have to look further than the Independence Day Showmatch. We have to look into Onslaught Legends Cup number 3. The important one, the big one that will qualify into China for, of course, both the regions. And that is, again, this is a match where you can kind of see how you match up against a potential favorite in that tournament.
I think it's also important to keep in mind that tournaments like this, they are essentially the perfect way to get players used to having tournament experience, because there is no training that prepares you as well for tournaments as other tournaments. So I think both of those teams are going to take this instance here very, very seriously, especially since, you know, the sweet cash prizes are greeting from the finals that we will have later today. And essentially by winning one game here today, you already make it into the cash prize, and then you can, I think, double for winning.
Yeah, it is an important match to win. How do you think Westfield is going to go?
It is difficult to say. I mean, especially since we saw Westfield already twice today. And there, like, the styles that were clashing were quite different in both rounds. So there is the possibility for both teams to not go with the light. There is the possibility for one or either of them to only have one. It's difficult to predict, I think.
So 1-1 split, or?
I think for the sake of the match, I want to start off with a 1-1 split. Then again, as we just saw, like, you can start off with a 2-0, and this being a best of 9, it can go all the distance regardless. Personally, I always like seeing matches start off with a 1-1, though. It kind of gets both teams, like, into the match. It shows that they're there, that they're ready, that they're aware of what's happening. And you already indicated that Westfield, like, one of the sides is considered to be a little bit stronger. So the team starting left now, which I think is Dopamine, are the ones with the pressure on them, I guess, to take the first round.
Yeah, indeed, the pressure is on them to pick up the first round. I mean, it's also just getting the nerves out of the way. Winning the first round is always nice to get you groovy into the match. But again, lineups will say us a lot about what kind of style we're going to get, what kind of gameplay we're going to get. You did mention it. You did mention it that in the previous match, there was a big clash of styles, which did not go hit and runs away. But between these two, I honestly don't know. I haven't seen them train Westfield, so I can't make any predictions.
Also, once again, the question of tanks that we haven't seen yet. Anything you would expect? I mean, Jagdpanzer maybe not on Westfield.
Not on this map.
Other than that, I mean, we saw 277s, we saw IS-7s. We haven't seen any S-Kongs as of yet, but I think after the nerf, it just isn't what it used to be.
I mean, it wasn't picked really before that either. So, like, it was picked maybe in, like, bronze, iron. But, boy, it's just true. There's different metas across different layers of the Onslaught ranking.
That is true.
You know, I once grinded all the way from Iron to Legends on a new account. And, you know, on Iron and Bronze, they tend to go up more with S-Kongs, or tended to go up more with S-Kongs. While at the later stages, at the higher levels, they tended not to go up that much anymore. You didn't really see them because, you know, that single shooter 400 alpha, it kind of struggles. Even the E5 struggles against the likes of 60TPs, E50Ms, you know, all those tanks that get those kind of crazy abilities or are just all around really amazing, like the 60P.
Yep. And now I think after some slight technical issues, not down to the players though, we are going to jump into round number 1. And Smile on Westfield are going to be bringing a double 60TP, 1 BZ75, an E100 of all things. Not a lot of gun depression on that one. A CS63, an E50M, and Rheinmetall.
Dopamine on the other hand, double 60P, double BZ, double E50M, and an RHM. First time we see the E100, right?
First time indeed that we see the E100, and to be honest, not a pick that I would have really expected to see on this map. But, I mean, it does rock a lot of HP, 4,000 straight to be exact. That can obviously be quite a lot of time needed for the opposing team to chew through that, as both of the lights don't miss their strikes, 7 tanks spotted for either team.
7 tanks spotted for either team, and you can see already Dopa immediately pressuring the cap. Choppa, Dark, and Hockey Blur in quick support. Double 60P there from the side of Smile, but they do have double tank in A3, and Dark Ninja trying to push past. They're gonna go for this pocket of Vova and External. They need to blast this, and I don't know if they're gonna make this that easily. There needs to be a lot of damage on this crossing from the side of Smile to make this worth it. External and Vova getting pushed on by 3 tanks, and there's no real reaction here from the side of Smile, and that's a big ram from Blur there on towards that singular CS63 of Vova, who's gonna get tapped by Dark Ninja as well. And for Smile, it's looking rather rough right now.
Smile indeed looking rather rough, losing Vova immediately. I mean, another tank has made it out here, but this is now a lot of crossfire coming in from Dopamine on towards the tanks of Smile that obviously need to stay close to the cap as well. This is the other issue that they're facing, is that cap control is being held by Dopamine at the moment, and Hockey, he's the one shot on the team of Dopamine, but he's doing a good job of staying safe currently while still trying to bring his gun to bear. And as the dust settles, Dopamine with a quick 2 kills here to start off the game.
Yeah, Fluky there from the side trying to do what he can in the E50M, trying to put the DPM down. Muscles getting pushed on. Now they're pushing over to eliminate that E50M danger. Gets another good shot on towards E50M. Spirit and YOLO trading it out, but so far it seems like Spirit is getting the better of YOLO. Your fellow countryman there in his RHM getting chased down, and I think it's all ogre for round number 1 between Smile and Dopamine.
Indeed, and Dopamine with absolutely the better end, the better start to the match. As a Smile, they do put 2 tanks in A3, and Dopamine are like, thank you very, very much for that donation. We'll put it to good use and take round number 1.
Take round number 1. Fluky, the last one standing there. Yeah, the double tank in A3. I thought that all those tanks from C4 would give a volley on the crossing, but that wasn't there. If they blew up 1 tank, then who knows what could happen, but it didn't seem like anybody really shot from there towards that crossing.
No, none of the tanks by Smile were really in position, and with all of the BZs then being able to come close, and the good ram onto Vova taking a lot of the HP from the CS away as well. That was just the nail in the coffin for Smile in this round. I think after that there wasn't really any way back into it, simply because, well, you lose 2 tanks and you don't have any real way of responding because the high HP tanks by the enemy are still like close to you, so you don't really have a way to finish off some guns. And well, you still have to kind of commit in, because otherwise you're just gonna get capped out. So yeah, beautiful round by Dopamine, and Smile on the receiving end of that one, honestly, like, I also didn't really like the reactions coming out from them. First of all, they make like double medium pushable, and then they had no answer to this, I mean, rather simple but well executed push.
Well executed push indeed. All around, pretty good split in the damage, and Dopa gonna be very happy picking up that first round on Westfield. Well deserved. But yeah, I think Smile had an idea of how to play and then was not ready to react. I think Dopa made a very good quick reaction by pushing A3. It was quick, it was decisive as well. And then you see that, you know, this heavy lineup behind it is just kind of struggling because you get stuck in really bad positions after you lose A3.
I mean, essentially, like, one of the thoughts behind picking E100 is also, this is the tank that you want to have to bear the brunt of the enemy damage, like, at the start of the brawl. You want the opposing team to shoot him, because if they do that, they can't really shoot the squishier tanks instead. But what ended up happening was that, like, the squishy tanks got pushed and the E100 was left there standing and wondering, like, what am I gonna do now? Well, not a lot.
Yeah, the E100, it's supposed to take all the damage, but by the time he started getting shot, there's already 2 tanks down, a third one following soon, so not the most ideal positioning there, and I think Smile was not ready for this quick, aggressive play from Dopa. And now they transition towards the other side. Can they pick up a round on Westfield? Who picked Westfield again?
Let me quickly check that one. It was Smile.
It was
so,
Smile.
Once again, a map pick starting to not work out for the team picking it.
Maybe it's a trend we'll notice.
I mean, it is a weird trend, kind of. Also, I think what we should keep in mind is that we just saw a very, very quick game, 2:29. That was the quickest game so far today in all of the series in between Cashback and Hit and Run. There was not a quicker game. So Dopamine, for a possible tiebreaker, I mean, we aren't far from there yet, but for a possible tiebreaker, good first round for Dopamine as well.
First good run for them. They're very happy with that, and now they transition into potentially picking up a second round and being very, very, very happy. But yeah, that's the lineup that they brought is kind of their style. They really like the 50M. They like the combination that those tanks bring together in combination with BZ, and they like to be pretty proactive.
And now Smile. They are going to spawn from west. Which is the side that Dopamine just managed to convert into a win. That being said, though, first of all, let's take a look at the lineups. It's going to be a 60TP, once again an E100. Then we have 1 CS, double Badger, and double Rheinmetall.
Interesting strategy. Let's see how it plays out. Dopamine, on the other hand, sticking true to their guns. Double 60P, double BZ, double E50, and an RHM.
So the first time today that we do see a team bring the double RHM. That obviously comes with a lot of mobility, with a lot of information, but with not so much firepower compared to the lineup that Dopamine has with that double E50M, funny button, DPM goes brrt.
But the Badger's kind of a natural counter towards that tank, though.
Yeah, Badger kind of turning into an autoloader when it gets shot. The double Rheinmetall are obviously going to get priority on the outside of the map, simply because, well, normally two do end up beating one. We see that Spirit has to play very, very carefully in his singular Rheinmetall. And now both of the teams taking a rather slow approach onto the game. Fluky in the E100, in the little village. I mean, he can look for angles. If he has the small gun, he can like try to take pot shots with APCR through the fences, but he does end up taking the first damage of the game with a big high roll from Dark Ninja. Yeah,
you need to be careful on an E100. You want to take damage, but it's a bit too early to take it already if you're Fluky, and he might get angled out. He might have to readjust positions. External and Spirit find each other. I think Spirit even used his plane. He takes a shot there, though, I think back from External. So good stuff from those light tank players from the side of Smile, who have kind of slowed down this game, and that is not that bad for them. They seem to be also able to reset the strike where Choppa is, which is another good thing for the side of Smile. And that HP lead that Dopa has can shift rather quickly when you have this BZ that's kind of in a bad position here. But for some reason, Fluky's gunner has been dead the whole time. Does he even have a medkit?
I can find that out for us, and he does have one. So he should be able to heal his loader at some point in time. Maybe he isn't noticing because of the like onslaught modifiers. That being said, though, a good shot by Fluky, undeterred from having a dead gunner here, still able to convert the shot in towards Chopa.
And the repush on the K-line, though, it's an E50M and an IHM repushing the singular IHM there from the side of Smile, which had that double light, but now kind of are in a little bit of trouble. They do have the cap, though, with Octo. There is a strike available for the side of Dopamine to reset this. And now, though, the Badger of Octo moving around the outside, they might be able to pincer PM and Dark Ninja here. If Octo is able to get hold on them, that would be a pretty disastrous thing for the side of Dopamine.
It remains to be seen. Currently, Blur is starting to push more in towards the middle of the map again as the cap timer hits 10 seconds, but in comes the reset. So good time, well-timed strike by Dopamine to kind of negate the cap pressure here for the time being. That being said, there also is Dark Ninja now close at the cap that was quickly blocking it. There is a secondary strike being taken by Dopamine as well, and Dark Ninja on the cross out here does take a bit of damage. This enables Vova to take the hold down that he died in earlier, but this time he's going to be the one with the crossfire, and I think Dopamine are trying to pull the trigger in the southwestern area of the map. External is going to come as a nasty surprise, but maybe not for long.
Fluky on the E100 just getting pushed on, getting basically deleted by the guns of Dopamine. Still on reload. Might do one more shot. No, he's not able to do that. External now spotted out as well. He is going to get pushed on by an E50M. Not sure what that position actually does for a light tank. Triple cap pressure is still on. But there is just a possibility for Dopa to push back into this cap. And External is dead. I mean, that was pretty interesting.
Yeah, External there getting rammed out of the game by an E50M. And now as the cap does get blocked by Dark Ninja once again and an HE reset does hit Octobear, things are looking rather grim for a team of Smile that are still close in the HP department. But if we take a look at the guns, it's not looking good for them. Either Dark Ninja now getting pounced upon by Fly and Octobear in that Badger. The reload ability coming in clutch, tracking Dark Ninja, being able to kill him. And now Hockey was fancying himself a bit of those badges as well, has to end up settling for just blocking the cap, and now he has to fend off against YOLO. Choppa also taking a tremendous amount of punishment. Smile, they're coming back into this.
They're definitely coming back into this. They have the issue that when Sebastian dies, they will be in crossfire from Blur, so they have to do something with the current positions that they have. Sebastian is one more big shot, very good by him. Now though, they find that 60 TP, so they're kind of forced to play on the left-hand side now, and the good thing for them is that there's currently no Dopa tanks, for example, in C6, C7, because that would be a big issue, for example, for Octo. But there's no such thing available. The bigger issue for the side of Smile is the double strike. The double strike is being taken, and that is going to drop, for example, Octo to a potential one-shot.
Yeah, definitely. And as soon as the Rheinmetall finishes with taking the strike, he's going to keep rotating, and that means more information points as well to be found. I mean, for Smile right now, a strike would be invaluable. They could kill PM with it. For example, the strike does land on towards Fly, and Octobear with that kill onto the low PM does secure a tank equalizer here in this match, just as Octo bites the dust as well. So one of the Rheinmetall seems to have rotated around. Well, only 3 remaining for Smile, but the HP are there.
Yeah, the HP are there, and they're doing a good move now. They're leaving Fly by himself on this cap, being annoying, but the info thing will be the info position will be taken by the side of Dopamine. They haven't used it yet with Spirit, but Fly will be in a lot of trouble once it does get activated. And I still don't know if Octo's trade there was worth it, to be honest.
I mean, probably not. The thing is that 3 versus 4 is a lot worse than 4 versus 5. Like, the numbers can make a big difference, and I think now Dopamine are doing a good job of taking it slow once again. They need to use the higher amount of guns that they have available. They need to create more angles of fire, but they are obviously on that timer that's ticking currently in the center or the top of the screen. Only 25 seconds remaining, but the 60 TP in the middle, that is Nexus, he's still can take the strike and then reset with it. And I don't think YOLO has enough XP currently accumulated to be able to reset. Or rather to provide information for the reset, but now we see the strike, and it's basically an all-in scenario. He does miss, but Blur makes it into the cap, but this now opens him up for a repush by Fly.
Yeah, Fly should repush. YOLO already peeking, does a good shot. Blur returns the favor immediately with that E50M, but now you have the issue that the E50M is facing off against the Badger, and Blur does get another good shot. Vova peeking as well, makes Blur a one-shot. Another strike coming out towards Fly. He has to be careful with his HP management. Drops towards 536. Now Vova trading against Nexus, takes a big one, but still Smile with so much extra HP. This whole time they've been having double the HP of what Dopa has available. Vova now getting flanked by Spirit as well, though. He might need YOLO to support him. Vova is going for the peak against Spirit. Good shot there as well, trading it out. YOLO coming now as well. They know that they need to make a play. Good strike as well. Vova not finding the kill, but YOLO should come in with his light, picks up the kill. Now Nexus is the next one on the chopping board, and this was an interesting match, Gihan. But yeah, that HP lead seems to be just too much to overcome for the side of Dopamine as Fly picks up the last remaining Dopa tank to make it all even.
Smile indeed here. The HP advantage is enough to carry them over the finish line in round number 2. And that one very, very close as well. I mean, Dopamine, if they play it differently, then the superior amount of tanks sometimes is able to negate the HP advantage. But I think Smile doing a good job of staying safe, keeping those HP together, keeping the pressure up with the cap timer as well. So good stuff for them. And yeah, I mean, at the end there, you saw that E50M, pretty good DPM. But if you're faced off with a Badger that pops the ability, you kind of end up looking not so good.
Looking not so good indeed. All in all, though, for Smile, they're going to be very happy that they picked up that round, because it was looking a little bit dire at some point. It's weird that they gave up the K-line that easily back, IMO. Like, it got repushed by an E50 and an RHM, and then they were kind of in, like, not the greatest of scenarios. They did play themselves out of it, but I think that was also down to Dopa making some mistakes. Dark sitting on the cap for too long, getting pushed by double Badger. Not something you want to see normally.
And now we do see on the side of Dopa, the BZ is not really with the best of games, and I think, yeah, Spirit here with a commendable effort against double RHM, but he wasn't able to carry it over the finish line. Instead, yeah, I mean, Fluky also not with the best of games, but Fly there 6.2 and 2 kills to his name, really showing the power of the Badger.
The power of the Badger. Him and, I mean, Octo as well, having 3 kills with 3.8, but Fly really popping off in that one. And yeah, like Choppa there with the BZ, not the greatest of players either, IMO. Trying to take the Schweig, getting reset, taking damage, all of that kind of costly, IMO.
And now this leaves us after a one-on-one on Westfield with more action to come on El Halluf. I think it's fair to say that on El Halluf, any team aiming for victory needs to kind of go towards the corner. And then it all depends on like the splits that are being done and the pushes that are being executed. But I think the assumption that we are going to have a quick game on our hands is, yeah, there.
Well, it is what it is. It's good for both these teams to pick up at least one round. I still wonder, like, External's position there was kind of interesting, no? I'm not sure how much it really did.
I think maybe he was hoping for like all tanks to just drive by and then he gets shots into their backs as soon as they basically passed. But he was always going to be on the lower ground. So essentially he opens himself up like really badly to get pushed. I mean, he is the FC, so maybe he was busy pinging the map or something. But yeah, the position he was in and how it ended was obviously not a pretty sight for him.
Not a pretty sight, but it still worked out for them in the end. El Halluf is an interesting one, though. We'll see by the lineups. The Bliskavice here will show its first appearance, I guess.
I mean, we saw it in the OLC number 2 getting picked quite heavily. Also yesterday in the WCL finals, the Bliskovica made its appearance on El Halluf. We'll have to wait and see if that is going to be the case here, though obviously lineups are still getting adjusted by the looks of it. Smile right now, they do have an IS-7, they do have an S-Conk as well, as the IS-7 gets transitioned to the BZ-75. 2 of them now, double Foch, double STB, and a CS.
And a CS that got matched by Dopamine CS, double IS-7, double BZ, double E50M. No Bliskovices actually.
No Polish tier 10 TD this time, but a lot of firepower by either team, both of them opting to skip. The Rheinmetall saying we just need the firepower. Going into this one, going into the shootout that's inevitably going to happen at the northwest corner here, close towards the A1 cap. Now, lineup against lineup, currently I'd be favoring, I guess, Smile with a double Foch B.
Would you?
I mean, it all depends on if they're going to get a good first magazine out of them, and then like how much they're able to heal. Fluky here is going to get priority over the strike. That being said, though, because one of the CSs from Dopamine was able to get the strike by himself, they kind of force him, but the shootout does start off here, and Octo without Foch B from the back lines, he's able to do a lot of damage right now. This is why Dopamine has to draw back.
Dopamine has to draw back because they're going to get pushed from the front, because now Choppa is behind them at the CS63, but this will be the reaction, the push external leading the charge, getting pushed out by his teammates either even. That's not what he wanted. He gets focused out for that. That's a little bit of a mistake from the Smile side. They do have the double Foch B to try and make this happen. Choppa pushing back in now, but his CS63, but not before Hockey bites the dust. They need to remove Blur from the chopping board, get the DPM out of the fight. They are able to do that. YOLO picks it up, but it's still anybody's game right now. Vova and the STB does get stuck, I think, on the corner, and I'm not sure right now who's taking this.
Well, as soon as the Foch Bs are reloaded, there is probably not going to be a lot of doubt left. Both of them start clipping out again here. October still with 3 shots remaining in the clip. And now Sebastian, he is tasked with looking for one-shots, looking for Chopper that has made it around the corner, however. And October seems to be out of steam currently. YOLO with the HP regen able to keep himself alive for now, but is probably going to fall as well. And as the dust settles, both teams still have a lot of HP to play with, but Fly with the Foch B seems to be reloaded, able to claim another kill as PM in that IS-7 has to revert behind the corner here, takes a lot of damage. YOLO somehow still alive and kicking in that BZ.
Yeah, crucial play there from YOLO, gotta say. Ooh, Fly dropping 1.3. Now Spirit is pushing for YOLO. Octo's behind, doesn't get a shot on him. Sebastian with the kill on towards Choppa. A huge YOLO gets one more shot out on Spirit. Spirit will return the kill. Does get that crucial shot, but now when we look at it, the double Foch B does seem just too much to handle for the side of Smile there, who did not play that to absolute perfection. Gotta say, external getting shoved around the corner by his teammates is always interesting. You don't want that to happen. And like you said, the double Foch B, if they stay alive, it's such a danger. And the split there from Dopa is something to talk about, Gihand. Getting that CS from behind. I mean, even then, Smile, I think it was Fluky, dodged the mini strike, and then retook the strike and did the big one. So I'm not sure how much the info was really worth.
Yeah, but first of all, I mean, those Foch Bs in the shootout, first of all, I mean, they didn't want to focus them at the start because they were like, well, no one has committed around the corner yet, but the Foch B means we probably can't go in because we'll get blasted, so let's kind of stay here. But then, like, the Foch Bs did a good job of essentially generating low HPs for the other tanks to kill. Then it kind of stagnated from the Smile side, because obviously the Force are reloading. Vova gets caught in the STB, not the best play by him, I would say, because he always wants to stay alive to to provide that overall boost that his ability provides for the team. But then the Force came off reload and just, went ham on the Dopamine team once again. And I mean, the only real question mark I have here is how much ability support Vova did. It turns out not a lot.
Turns out not a lot indeed in that SD. be external though. Like I said, like normally he stays alive there, no? Like if you push properly, he does at least more than one shot, I'd say.
Yeah.
The good thing though is look at the E50Ms.
I mean, the E50Ms getting focused out, that is perfect. That's exactly what you want to do in such a scenario. And also shout out to Octo and Fly. They did 29 shots and 28 of them ended up dealing damage. That is pretty good.
That is indeed pretty good. The Fush Bs late game are such a menace, and I think an important factor is that YOLO actually surviving in his BZ. Using his booster to get around the corner may not seem like much, but was very annoying from that side for them. They needed to send somebody to kill him. Yeah, Smile very happy that they're up 2-1.
And now going into the second round of El Halluf. I mean, if you're a Smile fan, hopefully External won't get pushed again. But so far, like the cohesiveness, the communication in the Smile team seemed to be just that tad little bit better, together with picking that double Fush B that Dopa, in the end, in round number 1 on El Halluf, just had no answer for.
No answer for that whatsoever. But it's not over just yet, Kent, right? Anything...
It ain't over till it's over.
Exactly. Anything can still happen. Maybe a Bliskovic now?
I mean, maybe. I would like to see it. That tank is, very annoying to play against in Onslaught, because it also does tend to, become quite the threat if you end up shooting it. But you need to do that at some point, because, well, you need to kill him somehow.
These are all very true. But I think shooting the Bliskovic is usually a mistake.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, the Bliskovica at close range has such high DPM. Like, you obviously are faced with a decision to let him stay alive or immediately blasting him. But letting him stay alive is also, like, it can be bad. So, yeah. Now, Smile, I think, not properly done with switching tanks, but I think now we are almost there. A singular E50M, one CS63, double IS7, double BZ, and a 60 TP. So the potential to push the IS7s with the BZs is there.
Potential to push them is indeed there. Dopamine, on the other hand, okay, the lineups is switched. STRV, Gehent? Push B? The triple IS7, double 60P?
Well, it seems like it. STRV, kind of a weird pick. Not one that I would have immediately, like, called out to happen. But YOLO seems to be rolling with it. So there we go. Obviously, no light tanks for either side, so no information. And now we do see the tactic by Smile unfolding. Triple IS7 directly down towards the lower side, and this is maybe why the ISTRV was picked. He is able, like no other tank on the battlefield, to provide DPM support at range.
DPM support at range, and they're actually just going for the triple cap strategy with the IS7s. No strike being taken yet, and they won't be able to take the strike on time either, Kihan. This is like a... Oh no, the hockey does actually take it on time. Should be able to get it, and should be able to get a reset even. 5 seconds left now. There comes the reset. 20 seconds back at this moment in time. It's... I don't know if I like this, Kihan. I don't know if I like it.
No, especially since Spirit is now lording over those IS7s. He can provide resets. Yes, he's going to bleed for it, especially with the STRV in the background. But he only has a finite amount of HP. Dark Ninja now getting chased back by the 60 TPs. And through all this time, this STRV is going to be laying down the law. He is going to have, well, his ability advantage as well, and not going to have any penetration problems on towards those angled down upper plates of the BZs and IS7s, as the 60 TPs do get focused out here by the team of Dopamine, though. Muscle double track. This is not looking good for him.
The 60 TPs there, they don't make sense because you just get 3 pushed through the A-line. This is kind of a non-factor round, Kihan. I would like to say it's not looking pretty, and it's not looking good. Nexus is getting clipped out though, so potentially Octo could find a kill. No, but he's on reload in that Fush B. He's going to be backing off, trying to run away even. will heal back a lot. And how much reload does he have left at this moment in time? 17 seconds. That's a long 17 seconds.
That is indeed a very long 17 seconds, as YOLO now does get found by Chopper, or is it the other way around as the E50M pops the ability? Good shot by YOLO to take out the engine of the E50M. He's going to be able to finish it off, but that is only the first kill for his team, as Octo now does get struck, but heals back immediately. Finally, Nexus there to pick up the Foshby.
Yeah, but Fluky and Sebastian here cannot fight Dark Ninja, Spirit, and PM either in those tanks, and even then, they still have the E50M from behind. This is the kind of round you play in a Mega Platoon, I guess. I'm not sure if I was really a fan. The first B was too far away at A6, and the double 60p at B3 does not make sense for this. Because you just get pushed on the A-line like they did. You need something to stop A-line pressure.
You indeed need something to stop that, but it wasn't there this time. And now Smile, after going up 2-1, are faced with a round against them where they tried to do something new, something unexpected. That STRV pick certainly was not in anyone's mind when we were loading into Halluf. But yeah, it ends up kind of blowing in their faces.
The strike is too powerful for this. You end up with the issue that you're not able to stop the strike from resetting, and they took it just in the nick of time, and then you are left with the option of what to do. And that's why I also don't like the Foshby being that far back. If he's hiding behind A3, for example, with the 60p close and they push A-line, surprise, Foshby from behind, and then you have a chance. But now when he's that far back, he emptied his clip on Dark Ninja, didn't connect much. His 60ps are dying in return because they're getting shot from behind. Kind of a null round, to be honest.
Yep. As I guess we're going to take a look at the damage numbers and, well, that STRV that we talked about so much, not even top damage for his team, so I guess he didn't really get a lot to do. Also, keep in mind, like 3 or 4 of those shots were on the E50M at the end of the game when everything was essentially lost already. So kind of a non-factor, absolutely. Together with the Fosh B that didn't have the best of games and the 60 TPs kind of getting caught out of position. Very good reactions by Dopamine. And yeah, Blur completely escalating things with his E50M.
Completely escalating things. 5.7. Good round for him there. Yeah, they didn't seem to really sweat with this, Simo.
No, Dopa seemed like very nonchalant about it. Like, all right, this is what's happening. Here's our answer. Bam, we win. So both maps end up getting a split 1-1. And now we are headed into, I guess, after El Halluf, another map we haven't seen today yet. It's going to be Ensk. And I am very, very intrigued as to how Ensk is going to go because, yeah, those group heals, they are a thing on super heavies.
Ensk is going to be a very interesting one. I don't know how many super heavies we're going to see, but remember, it wasn't that heavy. It was more like TD heavy than it was super heavy. Mm-hmm. Because TDs get those annoying abilities. We've talked about it. If you have 4 TDs in the team that all have the ability to get a reload reduction when you shoot it, you are left with a lot of issues when picking the tank you want to shoot at.
Exactly, because all of those tanks you're shooting at, first of all, the tanks with that ability, they tend to have another annoying factor, and that is that you actually need to aim to penetrate those, at least frontally. So you're losing time while aiming, and then you're giving them time by shooting them. So, especially tanks like a Mouse, for example, or E100 with the stock gun, like with a 530 Alpha, I guess you can't really call it stock, but you know what I mean. Those lowish Alpha super heavies, they just get soft counted by the, or even hard counted, you could say, by those like E3s, 2684s. I don't think we're going to see a Badger on Ensk, but yeah, dealing with those as a super heavy is absolutely not fun.
I have a feeling we'll see some 4 to the use.
Oof. I mean, can be good, can be bad. depends mostly on how it's being played. But yeah, the field, I guess, some hold down possibilities with the 430Us. Maybe we'll see some 705As.
Well, the ability of the 430U is the fact that it can cross K line and A line without ever being spotted because of that great camo.
Yeah, 430U, I think a lot of people don't realize how good the camo of the 430U actually is. It's, I think, on par basically with a bad shot.
I think it's better than a bad shot, but I'm not sure. That and the UDES 1516 have really, really good values on the move.
Now, I guess let's hop into round number 1 on Ensk. And while it wasn't there on El Halluf, it might be there now. I see a Błyskawice together with a Jagdpanzer, a Foch B, a 2684, an E3. Make that double Foch B now, plus a 705A. Smiler saying, TDs are the way to go.
TDs apparently are the way to go. Dopamine on return though, 113, level 60p, BZ, Mouse, 705A, and a 430U. It's this very annoying lineup for Dopamine to play against.
Call me a hater, but I don't like the 113.
No, you're a hater.
I knew it.
I'm a recent graduate doctor and the diagnosis skill issue.
Let's see if you're a doctor and the diagnosis is correct, or whether you'll need to go back to uni to learn from a professor. Now, Smile moving in towards the city with a lot of tanks. Obviously, no tanks, no light tanks on either lineup, so no information available for either of those teams. Playing kind of blind. Keep in mind, Fog of War there as well. So the RD strike getting taken on the green is the first piece of information that Smile actually get on towards the lineup of the enemy, as Dark Ninja starting to peak, takes 1100 immediately. Good shot into Fluky, however.
Good shot into Fluky, but the trade on the 60p is more important. I'm Fluky taking another one, this time from Blur. YOLO is going to pick out on the side. That's a big strike from the side of Dopamine. But now YOLO is starting to clip out, doing the damage, tracking Choppa, now going on towards Blur. Smile has to be careful though. They just don't have the overall HP to be doing these kind of negative trades.
Exactly, and now YOLO is going to be able to, Fluky with a good pickup onto the 430U. That does end up overextending. Yes, the Foch B falls in turn, but I think it may have done its damage here. The other Foch not reloaded yet, of course, still trying to run away, and Choppa is going to get one more shot into him. I guess that's not going to be the case. Full on push by Dopamine right now in the city, as the middle is going to get cleaned up by the Błyskawice E3 combination.
Yeah, the Błyskawice E3 combination just getting through it, and Muscles getting one more shot out in the V4 as well. That's those annoying TDs, Kihan, we've been talking about. YOLO back in the fray as well with the Foch B. 6 shells, 4 left. Choppa's coming from behind, but he's going to ram into YOLO. Might even make him miss a shot, but that Foch B is just having the time of its life right now, clipping out. That's all it has to do. He does die with one more shell left, but now with the Błyskawice involved into the fight, the only downside here for the side of Smile is the ammo rack on the 758, but the Jagdpanzer moves Choppa in an instant, and the TDs just seem too much to deal with for the side of Dopamine. Too much reload reduction.
Too much reload reduction indeed, as Octo is going to pick up the 60 TP as well. And the problem there is that Dopamine, every single time they shoot those TDs, they do end up giving Smile more and more and more DPM. And that is just what makes Smile win essentially in a landslide here. 7.8k HP still remaining. And I think as soon as the Jagdpanzer reloads, never mind. But yeah, finally, he does put the shot in, and Smile once again are going to be leading the match 3-2. Dopamine with absolutely no answer against the TD picks by Smile.
There was this 430U.
And then there wasn't.
And then there wasn't. Like, there was a 430U, and then he disappeared. He was somewhere pushed up on the 4-5 line, and I think that is actually what loses Dopa this game, because Fluky in the first beat didn't trade that well IMO. YOLO did in return, but you can kind of kill that Foch B there slowly over time if you win the 5 line. But in return, he swung and just clipped out Hockey, and look, Hockey, 475 damage.
Also, I have to reiterate, the 113, I'm kind of not a fan.
Listen, man, don't even start, Kihan. All right, don't even start. You're a fan of the Bacha, but I would never put you in a Bacha in my life. So,
and rightfully so.
yeah, very true. Oh, you know the effect that your reticle gets when you shoot, and you have what is it, dynamic camera or horizontal stabilization turned off. That is literally your aim. Like, yeah.
Whoa.
That's what I imagine when I see you play at home, dude.
My aim is as smooth as my brain sometimes, okay?
Well, half of that statement is very true. The other half is questionable.
Well, anyway, though, we are now at a scoreline of 3-2, and if the match keeps on giving and keeps on going like it has, then Dopa does get the next round. However, it only takes one to put Smile onto match point here, and honestly, like lineup against lineup wise, like what we just saw, I kind of have to favor Smile in this
one. I'm gonna give you like a free one, even Kihan. If Smile wins this, all you have to say is apparently the Killser was the problem, you know, because with me. They didn't win, but without me, I'm giving it to you for free.
You're so you just saying this, so I can't use it later.
You can definitely use it later. I mean, I expect you to do it anyways. But at least one of us played. Kihan, you were present in the training room, but in a different way. On the spectator.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Someone needs to play those as well, you know. But yeah, I certainly won't use it against you now, but I'm sure Twitch chat will, so that makes me happy already. If Smile loses, that is.
If Smile wins.
If Smile wins, sorry. But yeah, we'll see about that. They're not there yet, however. Still 2 rounds at least for them to go. And the back and forth of the games here definitely suggests that, well, it's not going to be done in 2B rounds, to be quite frank. I think there were some issues in the last game for Dopamine. But some of them, aka picking 113 or vanishing in a 430U, should be fairly easy to fix.
Yeah, true. Yeah, and you seem to struggle a little bit more with your memory recently. I don't know what it is. It's probably age, but at least you can still run for president of the United States.
Oh, Jesus. I have to admit, I did not watch that debate.
I was waiting for at least like, let's not go into detail. I was waiting at least like 30 seconds for you to stop yapping so I could, I was ready for it. But yeah, I think we can say that I think the Ensk with TDs is, a lot of TDs is probably better than the Ensk with
something else.
Yeah, because if I remember on a U, I think Hit and Run was also trying to play with like less TDs. And you just see how many issues you get with it, right? Like you're up 2000 HP, but you shoot a Jagdpanzer, he gets a DPM boost. You shoot a V4, he gets a DPM boost. You push into a Foch B, he's gonna make at least a few shots, right? All of it is just annoying. It's annoying against annoying against annoying. And then the Bliskavitze in this lineup is also annoying because it comes in at a point where you're usually not able to focus one target down from full to 0 because you already have like half HP you're trying to shoot at, and he's just like pew 800, pew 800, you know?
Yeah, and I think at that kind of range, like distance, I think the Bliskavitze actually beats like the Badger in terms of DPM, and that is before people actually start shooting it.
It does. I think it definitely does. I'm not sure what's the Bliskavitze's DPM on paper, but like he gets full damage on that range every shot. And you only got to shoot him once to make it even worse.
Yeah, and the thing is, you have to shoot him more than once to get him out of the game. And I think the issue that other tanks tend to run into is that Ensk is a map with a lot of like tight corners, close angles. So you're never really going to catch out one of those tanks with like 5 people pushing onto him, and everyone is sure to like pen their shots. So in that regard, I guess heavy TDs on Ensk kind of the meta to go for at the moment. And I mean, the results of the past game reflect that as well. Like number 1, 2, and 4 by damage last round on the winning team of Smile were all TDs with exactly that ability.
Let's see lineups, Stocky Hands. What do you think there's going to be an adjustment from Dopa?
Definitely.
I don't think so.
I think, yeah, then again, I mean, they've maybe been training something else, and maybe they haven't come up against something like this. And maybe they think it's easy to adjust something in what they did. And I mean, definitely, as we said, like the 430U vanish move was
That
not
was
it.
impressive. That reminded me of a family member of mine.
Oh,
He was there and then he wasn't. Oh, that was yeah, but we didn't even see it. Like, if we had an instant
No.
replay function, I would like to see where he was exactly. I don't know if he didn't expect to get flying from the field or whatnot, but he, like,
I think he was pushing up through either 3-4 or 5-6 line, and then he found the Błyskawica plus E3 combination, and the Foch was there to finish it off. So something like that.
yeah, I don't know. It was just so quickly. Anyhow, though, lineups, Kihan, Smile, E4, E3, V4, Foch B, 430U, 705A.
So 5 TTs coming out from Smile. Meanwhile, a Dopamine with the double E3, double 430U, one mouse, double 60 TP. So I think the Fochs kind of struggle against the lineup from Dopamine.
Do they know? What did they really struggle against? Which things do you think Foch B struggles?
60 TP is super annoying to shoot at if you're not like basically in their face. And the mouse, I mean, if he's angling and has something to side scrape against, it's kind of difficult to pen. Against the 430Us, I'll admit, the Foch Bs are pretty good. And once again, the E3 thrives in such a scenario.
So the split right now, double Foch B and a V4 crossing over towards the left. Good shot there against BM's mouse. I think from the E4 or the E3, I'm not sure, one of the two, tapping him. That hurts. So evenly matched in the city because the E4 is crossing over, so it's an evenly matched setup. The only issue you have, I think, if you Smile, is the info point in F1, no? It's always kind of a free for the other team.
Yep. And now Nexus is going to start peeking into that one line here. He is going to find YOLO at some point. He's spotted currently, so he knows that something must be down on the one line. Now he finally gets the information on towards YOLO as well, but now he's going to get the info tower, and that is going to reveal the full lineup from Smile that even enables a shot on towards YOLO in that Foch B that takes one out on the cross. As the return fire by October, not enough to do damage against the hold down 60 TP of Chopa in in the hold down at the windows, I guess. Nexus is now going to get the Arty strike. And from there on out, I think Dopamine, they can kind of play it slow and methodical. The only HP they lost really was on PM, but he seems to be safe for the time being.
External pulling back there as well. I really expected them to run over the field, but instead they're pulling back more tanks towards the city. I'm not sure if I like this move, because you have the 60 TP at C3, who should be giving info at all points. This is a pretty strong defensive structure, I am for the side of Dopamine.
Nexus now also has pulled back basically from the F line, so he's not going to be sort of sticking out anymore. He can't really get pushed upon. But it seems to me like Smile wants to go for the city repush. I mean, they're sending everyone there. Octo trading not well against Dark Ninja. And I think Octo kind of is giving away a little bit what's going to happen here as the spots do come out on towards the tanks of Smile. And now Dopamine needs to react. They need to receive. Well, good shot by Spirit. Octo, every peak he makes, there seems to be an E3 ready for him.
Yeah, I don't think this move is working out for the side of Smile whatsoever so far. Getting read like a book. A lot of tanks here in position for the side of Dopamine already. They're taking a strike, which is gonna hurt. That is the first one that's about, oof, I don't even want to say how much damage that did. Flying up, pushing in with his E4 because they feel like they have no move. Another big strike, the lead on towards YOLO, and this move has been read from miles and miles away, and Dopamine currently easy pickings on towards this lineup of Smile, the double E3. Even Spirit and Dark Ninja just having a field day over there, peeking out, getting the damage. Whatever that was, Kihan, I hope to forget about it quickly.
Yeah, whatever that was, it wasn't good. by Smile, that is, and now Dopamine are going to reap the rewards. They still have that double E3 there in the thick of it, where it hurts most for the enemy, that is, because they have to focus out something at some point, but they don't even have the tanks anymore to do that, as Fluky and Sebastian get sent to the grave, and only Octo and External remaining for a team of Smile that essentially called home and said, hey, we are pushing City, please be ready. And Dopamine were like, yes, please.
It's weird because, you know, you saw them group to push field first, and then they stopped, and they were like, let's go back City. But the 60 TP at D4, D3 stops IMO all of this. He spots the rotations, they're pulled back, you're pushing into double E3, and double 60p, I think, yeah, double E3, double 60p, who are holding the lanes. They're your TDs to kind of come to shine. I think they would have been better off in trying something over the field, pushing them back at least, and forcing a reaction to the City, and then, you know, but this was too easy to react to.
Definitely, and this now leaves us once again at a map being split 1-1. So the match does keep on giving. First of all, let's take a look at the damage numbers, and well, for YOLO, that is not pretty. 0 in the Fosh B. Well, someone has to go first and take the damage, but yeah, he just got deleted.
Got deleted. I mean, 0 for what? I mean, overall, the damage for the Smile team really here irrelevant. It's not something that is, I don't know. They try to make this move, and I think this move only works if they somehow all have low noise exhaust on their tank, you know, so they can all cross and spot it. And they didn't.
I mean, low noise exhaust on. I mean, it would be a very big commitment to put that on a lot of tanks, and like you don't even know that you're going to be repushing like that before you actually do. So, yeah. I mean, Westfield, Halluf and Ensk all getting split 1-1, and now we are headed in towards a Glacier. I think one of the slower maps in the pool, one of the more tactical ones as well. The RHMs are going to be of paramount importance.
Indeed. It is indeed very important to see how Glacier plays out. Lights are very important. There's so many stuff that's important on Glacier. There's a lot of different styles that can be played, though. It's, again, this kind of thing. I think Dopa was the team that always brought the E100 towards the cap. One of the very few teams that did that.
I'm kind of not a fan of that one either. Not because the E100 isn't a great tank, like it is definitely, but in the middle it kind of feels outmatched because you don't have the gun depression most of all. Like also if you're fighting against 60 TPs, it's very annoying to shoot those as well, like the small weak spots there. And like overall, it just feels like if you put an E100 there, it's yeah, it's playing anchor position, but it feels like it's more dragging everyone down with it because you can't rotate with it. It's something you then always need to keep in mind. You always need to keep some tanks back to like support the E100 if he gets pushed as well. And like the thing that he is supposed to stop is like a cap commitment. But yeah, it feels like a very slow and kind of unresponsive way to prevent such caps.
I mean, I just don't really like the E100 in general. Like relying on them not to pen you. It does work decently well against 60Ps though, because 60Ps have just too little pen to go through an angled E100 turret. But I don't know. In general,
yeah. Also, what we might be seeing here, maybe Grille.
No, Grille is indeed very popular on this map.
I mean, it is kind of funny to see the big damage numbers pop up, like 1k plus by a Grille. I mean, obviously not if you're on the receiving end, but for us it would be. Let's wait. I think we are a very short amount of time away from seeing the lineups here as we do hop into this one, and Sebastian seems to be thinking about taking a grill here, actually. Both teams with that Rheinmetall, and then for Smile, we also have an E50M, a CS63, a BZ75, and the double 60 TP.
And the double 60 TP against Dopamines. No E100, so RHM, W50, CS, triple 60 TP. So, a bit more of a combat lineup, no? From Dopa, if you look at it. Ability to push relatively any side, while Smile has that Gorilla. You know the Gorilla is not pushing.
Nope, he certainly isn't. I think Dopamine's lineup very, very standard for Glacier. They do have the ability to quickly rotate around and like relocate points of DPM with the E50Ms as well. And on the other side, I think Smile's lineup, mostly because of the Gorilla, a bit more reactionary. They are hoping for mistakes by Dopamine. They're then hoping to exploit those mistakes. Chopa with a quick spotting round here in the middle, doesn't overcommit, doesn't find anything as well. And now Fly, External, PM, and Dark Ninja are going to be having a fun little time in the middle of the map. Most of the fun goes to Fly, who does put a shot in towards PM.
Who does put a shot in towards PM. Now Chop on second timing, taking the hill in the RHM. External a little bit slow on the trigger finger there, Kihan. I would say it was a bit slow. They do have the strike though. Around the hill, Voa took that one. Choppa will take the info, will reveal the locations of all the tanks of Smile. And now already Blur and Hockey pushing through the open in the E50Ms. They have to be careful with that move in those E50Ms. They can get punished pretty easily for that. But Dopa is starting to put on a little bit of a surround here, Kihan, which I'm not sure if Smile can deal with it. Because if the E50Ms are able to take further, they can start shooting Fly on the cap.
Yep, that double E50M, very, very dangerous right now for the side of Smile. On the other hand, though, you know, if they end up pushing further and if they end up overexposing, then the Gorilla is going to have a say about it. And I think this is what's currently keeping those E50Ms from, like, pushing further, pushing deeper into that J and K line that we do see. And now triple cap currently ongoing. For the side of Dopamine, so Smile need to react to this one as well, and we can see that out of render things are currently getting pinged. This is how Blur is having shots on towards those 60 TPs there right now. Cap reset does come through as well. That one was important.
That one was indeed important, and it's 5 seconds left. Somebody has to reset. Fly is not doing it. External is not doing it either. They're just gonna get capped out, and it's game over for the side of Dopamine, picking it up and getting match point. That was, I don't know what just happened.
That was a base getting captured fully, and now it's going to be a Dopamine that are smiling a lot, as there was no one from the team in the white jerseys even remotely close to, you know, stopping that. Like, I think there was also a bit of miscommunication going on between both of those 60 TPs. Like, either could have gone.
Though, even if they reset, they're just getting shot from behind. They gave up on map control. Even if they go sit on the cap, I think they just lose, no? Like, they have the hill, they have a south, they have a mid.
Yeah, and like continuously, the E50Ms are pouring in the DPM from the sidelines. So, yeah, not a good showing here from a team of Smile in round number 7 of this final here. And now it's going to be Dopamine that, with 2 rounds in a row, put themselves in towards match point position, in prime position to move on towards the finals. And now it's Smile who are trailing, and after this round, I think they're not going to be happy with themselves.
Yeah, I would not be too happy with that either. But I think they only have themselves to blame. They really didn't take anything that round. Like, okay, they took the strike on the north side, but they lost the hill, which was good. Second timing RHM going up. Even if he takes a shot, he's still making it up. But then the bigger issue is that they're losing south. And I understand the Gorillas having to watch the cap, but you can't give up every side of the map and expect to win from that, right?
Exactly. And I think what Dopamine did very, very well here is being aggressive, but not overly so with that double E50M, because at the same time, they work beautifully together in the way that, you know, if you push into them, you are pushing into two E50Ms that are going to have stationary guns that can drop back behind buildings if you shoot them too low, and then the other one is still going to be there to punish you. And realistically, with that Gorilla lineup, plus 60 TP committed in towards the middle of the map, you make it very hard for yourself to repush into this double E50M that could even get bolstered, like theoretically, for example, by the RHM to just add a little bit of, you know, cream on top of the cake.
Yeah. For Smile, it's back to the drawing board for that side as well. But Dopa did everything right. As much as Smile gave up everything, Dopa took everything away from them in return. Quick move with the 50Ms across the field to establish position to shoot the 60Bs. Quick move with the RHM onto the hill. All of those things, they add up. And they took everything that they needed to take to win this game. Smile had 0 reactions. I mean, they had the 3 tanks in the middle as well. The CS taking the strike. But there's no follow-up game plan after that. Like, they had nothing that they could be like, okay, we can do this, because they had nothing left. Dopa already took everything by that point.
I mean, the game plan for Smile kind of seemed to be, let's go to our initial positions and then hope that the Gorilla hits like 3 or 4 stunners, which obviously didn't end up being the case. I think Glacier is also always one of those maps where you need to be very careful with like initial or delayed mid repush, which is why the Gorilla is being picked, for example, because it does very well in punishing those. But essentially, one tank completely getting nullified by tanks not peeking into it. That's,
I mean, if they used the Gorilla on the right instead, they could have actually hold that side and even repush it. I think the biggest issue there is that they just used the Gorilla in the most obvious position. And they already had triple heavy watching that. It's very unlikely that they're going to get peaked too much with those heavies. Especially after the RHM went on the hill. I think that's the moment where the Gorilla really needs to move, and you have to do something before you're in complete trouble, because there's too many angles to deal with. And, well, if you allow yourself to get surrounded like this, you get picked up like this. We'll say most people favor north side on Glacier, because it seems to have a bit more control over stuff. So if that translates, it should be tiebreaker.
Yep. It also felt like Smile were getting a bit complacent, giving the map control to Dopamine, who were very happy to take it. And after that, Dopamine were just in a commanding lead already when it came to positions. Like, for example, where do you go from there if you're Smile, realistically? Because, well, your 60 TPs in the middle are not only like down in HP already because they're getting hammered by the E50Ms, they're also outnumbered. They can't do the direct push because, well, it's 2 and there's 3 enemy 60 TPs. And, like, you will probably even get shot in the side by the RHM that, you know, you didn't hit while he was crossing. So I think Dopamine did a fantastic job of only creating bad possibilities for Smile to react. And then Smile did too slowly. I mean, they got capped out.
I mean, while we're waiting here, maybe we could take a look again at the maps that we've played so far in the tiebreaker that might potentially be coming up, since we're in a little bit of a waiting time anyways. What was the tiebreaker again?
I think tiebreaker is Studzianki? Or never mind. I just looked it up. It's actually Ghost Town. But we are not there yet, obviously. Round number 2 of Glacier to come up. But yeah, yet again, if the match keeps going like it has been, then we are headed towards the tiebreaker. Dopamine, though, for, I guess, the second time in this match up around, but this time on tiebreaker. They want to make it happen in regular time, and they want to show what they got against a team of hit and run that have looked scary at times today and very, very tame at other times.
Lineup-wise, though, the return of the Gorilla?
If it is not clear by now, then I'm not a big fan of the pick. But it seems like Sebastian does not agree with my sentiment. He once again has the grill selected together with YOLO in the RHM, double Fosh B, a TVP, and double 60 TP for Smile.
For Smile, indeed, that is the lineup that they're going to be bringing. Dopamine in return, though. 60p, BZ, triple E50M, a Fosh B, and an RHM. Again, very, very aggressive, but Smile does have double Fosh B of their own.
Double Fosh B of their own, and now it all depends on where those tanks get sent. Both of the lights with a perfect opening, getting 7 initial spots right at the start. Now for Dopamine, we see double BZ, I guess, going towards the middle. Never mind, 160 TP and 1 BZ. And for Smile, that's going to be the double 60. The Fosh B, or Fosh Bs rather, from Smile are going to get sent towards a strike in B23, and they don't really have anything to be afraid of there for the time being. And this time around, no delayed timing as of now for the Rheinmetalls to go up, but the TVP with good initial damage on towards Dark Ninja.
Good initial damage on towards Dark Ninja. It was a bit over-eager, Kihan, and strike again being taken by Smile, though.
And there's nothing that's going to prevent those Fosh Bs from doing it. I mean, even chasing after them right now is a very, very scary prospect. Those are 2 fully loaded Fosh Bs, plus a strike, and as we can see, the TVP is rotating there as well. The answer by Dopamine is going to come more towards the southeastern part of the map, where we see the Rheinmetall of Chopper has taken a lot of map control, and he can do so because YOLO has already taken damage.
YOLO has indeed already taken a little bit of damage in that light. And again, we're talked about being complacent, Kihan. They have to start hurrying up at whatever they're going to do. I think they're going to push over the middle almost, because look at the double Fosh B encroaching. It's going to be do or die for Smile, because again, they're getting surrounded, and if they sit like this, Kihan, it will be not very pretty.
It will be not very pretty, and the Gorilla itself won't be able to push again. Now, PM is going to be the focus for the team of Smile that are trying to stay alive in this tournament. And the Fosh Bs are going to start unloading their clips, but I think PM and Dark Ninja both are maybe even able to get safe. And now the Fosh Bs, they have to return. Yes, they're going to heal up, but this initial push wasn't it.
It wasn't it, and they're probably going to lose Fluky for it as well. Again, this Gorilla is just a non-factor in all of these games. They're not playing around it whatsoever. Every game is kind of the same story here. They get surrounded, they lose Fluky as well, they're doing some damage back, but it's just not ever a good scenario for Smile, because they always have this tank that isn't really contributing anything. He does find something though. He finds PM. Maybe that's something that Smile can play off. A good shot from the Gorilla, that can be important. They do have the TVP behind, which is going to be very annoying for the side of Dopamine to play against.
Obviously, Sebastian also needs to be careful because the RHM in the opposing team, Chopper, is still alive and a kickin', so he could spot him with the plane ability at any point in time. Now Nexus is going to cross over. Big shot by the Gorilla coming in. Maybe External and Fly are able to punish further. That seems to not be the case, but now the WE50M have made their way on towards the aircraft carrier. Now the Fosh B seems to want to push over. He does get the kill on towards Fly. He is going to take one more by the Gorilla, 1k plus, and Vova is able to take out Nexus.
Vova is indeed able to take out Nexus. Spirit does find the kill, but at what cost, Kihan? Do you think it was worth it?
It might not be. Vova now getting chased by the secondary E50M that was making its way up. It's going to be Hockey to kill Vova as well, reducing the amount of tanks available for Smile to a mere 4, and one of them is External. That is problematic as well, because if he shoots, that's going to mean that Spirit in that Fosh B is going to try and drive up and over and clip him out. Currently, not advisable for Spirit, however, as he's down towards one shot for the 60 TP as well. And now on the other side of the map, the Fosh B starting to fight it out against Hockey in the E50M, but the strike is there to make the kill, and it is 3 versus 5.
3 versus 5, and they have the issue that External is isolated as well. Hockey's now starting to come in, and yet still they have this Gorilla, Kihan. External might find a shot on towards Blur, though, onto the back of him. No, does not get it. The HM is also very far away, getting shots on towards External. And how do you play this if you're the 60p? Like again, this Gorilla, man, full HP, what did it add?
Well, so far, 1 kill, but the issue here is that the Gorilla, yes, it still has 2,250 HP, but like those are not worth a lot. As soon as he commits in, he's going to start taking a lot of damage, obviously. Like he needs to do something. That's why we see him move now. 20 seconds remaining. This is going to force External to come closer towards the cap. And also, on the other hand, Chopper is still remaining there with that RHM. A good shot by External for the reset, but maybe the last one that he is doing in this round, as now Spirit starting to roll around. The heals have brought him back up to 884 HP. External bites the dust, and so probably do the hopes and dreams of Smile winning this match.
Yeah, with a 2v5, it's looking like Dopa has got this match in the bag, deservedly so. Their Glacier was just that little bit better. Well, no, a little bit. It's just a lot better than the Glacier from Smile, which in both games seem to really struggle with having this Gorilla not being able to impact the game at all.
Yeah, indeed. The Gorilla being essentially a non-factor. He does get found now, and what we predicted is now starting to happen. The HP just, you know, getting completely melted off of that Gorilla. And now only YOLO remaining. It is a victory march for the team of Dopamine here right now. As YOLO bites the dust, we do find the winner of the North American semi-final. It's going to be Dopamine. They're going to be facing off against Hit and Run. Congrats to Dopa.
Congratulations to Dopa. Well-deserved victory. Their Glacier was miles better, I'd say, than the one that Smile had. But this game was better from Smile because they didn't let themselves get fully surrounded. But I think this move that they did only works if at the same time they have the possibility of killing both those heavies, like the ones that they were pushing on, if they were able to kill both of them, because they didn't have anything coming from behind. Like both those heavies were able just to survive. They lose a Forge B for it. I'm not sure, you know. I mean, okay, the Gorilla does 5k, but like I stand by it. I don't feel like he added much overall.
Yeah, I think by picking the Gorilla, you're taking a lot of possibilities away from yourself. Like, you could just see that the overpush over the middle that Smile was able, or was attempting at some point during the game, it just lacked the punch at the end of the day. Like, with that overpush, they didn't generate a kill, which is most of the time what you want to achieve, first and foremost, with pushers like those. They didn't get one because they lacked tanks, they lacked firepower, because obviously if you send a Gorilla in such a push, he will die in 1 second.
Yeah, but like, you agree on the point where I don't think that the Gorilla in both games really added too much?
Yeah, no, I don't think he did.
I mean,
like, obviously
more now,
he does more
now in this one than the first round, but both games they were just like slowly getting surrounded.
Yep. So I guess grats to Dopa, and also a job well done, right? Because it takes one team to like maybe not play super well, but like by Dopamine,
they did everything right.
Exactly recognized what was happening.
They did everything right. They didn't allow themselves to be in a bad position. They slowed down the game. They slowly took around the hill. I mean, they played very, very well and deservedly won so, and that's why the Glacier was the difference maker here. And at the end of the day, they played both of those rounds very well and picked it up 5-3. But now comes the biggest challenge, though.
Now comes the biggest challenge, maybe for Dopamine, maybe for Hit and Run, this entire tournament day. The two of those teams that won now their respective finals of the region are going to be facing off against each other in a grand final. Obviously, now live pick and ban needs to take place. And also maybe we're going to switch server again, as we don't know on which one we are going to start yet. But I think that's the perfect opportunity for both of us to rest our voices a little bit. We'll be back with the EU versus NA Showmatch finals after some replays.
Coming later this year, the Onslaught Legends Series. This is your chance to make the event truly awesome by boosting the prize pool and getting a cool 2D style and other goodies in the process. Contribute now.
Well, here we are, and back we are for the final match of the day. It's going to be a Dopamine against Hit and Run, so NA versus EU respectively. And yeah, two pretty close matches so far today. I mean, on EU it couldn't have been closer. Went to tiebreaker. For NA it was 5-3, so also pretty deep run. But now is where the winner of this transatlantic competition is going to crown themselves.
Yeah, and for both these teams, they're already very happy to make it here. It was a good test for their respective tournaments coming up in August to see who goes to go to China. And now they can add a little bit more to the bank account. Winner of this doubling the receivings from this tournament. After watching the matches, Gihand, I think you went with Hit and Run, and I think I did the same.
And I think at least going in line with the sentiment that is there as to which server is favored. Most of it obviously coming from the past WCI, where the grand finals was EU against EU. That is a fair assessment to make, but there have also been instances in the pair. American teams have ended up completely destroying European ones, so that is something we all need to keep in mind. Obviously, this is going to be best of 9 as well. Pick and ban is still currently underway, but I can already say that we are going to be starting on EU2. So home turf for the European team first. We're going to play 4 rounds there, then 4 rounds on the American server, and then for a tiebreaker, it basically works in a way where the team with the winning tiebreaker condition is able to decide either side or server, and the other team gets to choose the second one.
Yeah, it's a pretty balanced setup actually for the tiebreaker, because playing on your own server is always nice, right? You're comfortable, you know the ping, it's just what you're used to.
Yep. Then again, like if you prefer one side on the tiebreaker map, then it can obviously be that you will want to opt for this option instead. I think back in the times of like attack defense, it was a bit more important, like this choice. Most of the I think most of the teams now will kind of shape the pick ban in a way where the final map is going to be kind of non-side favored, and then you hope you have the quicker tiebreaker condition.
But the first 4 rounds are on EU, right?
First 4 rounds are on EU, yes. And taking a look into the pick and ban chat, I mean, it's obviously not completed, so we're not ready to show you the final asset yet. But we are at El Halluf first pick. That is, I think, quite the interesting choice, simply because, like, it is, or rather, it's a very interesting choice to not have it removed from the pool, first of all, as the team that's not starting on the server, because it's very brawl focused, and that means having, I mean, the ping advantage, it like might be slight, but having played on NA, do you think it is there?
I mean, maybe they picked El Halluf because of the... Wait, Hit and Run picked El Halluf, yeah?
No. So currently we are at...
Interesting.
Yeah. So Hit and Run won the coin flip. They selected B, and this means we are starting on
That's what I would have done as
EU
well.
server.
I remember talking
yeah.
with Phil about it, which one I would pick if I won the coin toss, and I would go with server first, let them have the map pick. It's okay.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, Spirit then banning Cliff, Monster banning Glacier, and then picking El Halluf. Hit and Run is going
Because-
to start on south side and then pick Pilsen.
Yeah, I was gonna say actually. I swear I was gonna say Pilsen is gonna come. I think Dopa quite likes playing Pilsen as well, and Hit and Run seem to like playing Pilsen, so not really a surprise that is coming out, and that leaves. We'll probably end up seeing Glacier as well. I find. If I had to predict.
I mean, then bands coming out Westfield and Ghost Town, and then pick Airfield coming through for Hit and Run. Pick Airfield, pick Ensk, and then into Studzianki tiebreaker. So
no
actually,
Glacier.
no Glacier.
Okay. Not a bad stuff. Halluf is a very interesting one though to pick as very first map. Ping doesn't really matter there, but it's more comfortable in those brawl situations to have the best possible circumstances. And I didn't think Dopa's Halluf that looked that good either when they played it against Smile. I mean, there was one freebie round, and the other one was kind of very rough for them.
Yeah, I mean, the freebie round I don't think is really like mention worthy. Now, finally, we do have the pick and ban though. So, as we said, the Cliff and Glacier being taken out respectively. El Halluf and Pilsen to play. I think El Halluf is going to be very interesting, with the possibility of a slight ping advantage there for Hit and Run, obviously, as it's going to be their home server. Same for Pilsen. Then Airfield, we didn't see it yet. It's a very slow, very, very methodical map into Ensk and then Studzianki. I think Airfield might be the decider here. Like, whoever ends up taking Airfield 2-0, obviously, it might go 1-1 as well, but I think it has bigger possibilities than El Halluf or Pilsen.
Really? I don't know about that. I feel like Airfield is more like the map where things can really slow down and you can see a split 1-1. And El Halluf and Pilsen could be the big difference makers here, early on in the matchup as well.
Mm-hmm.
Especially El Halluf, that's really a map that can go 2-0 either way. And Pilsen's not one with a clear favorite either. Airfield, you can say that the western side has some disadvantaged positions. The AB line isn't as good on Airfield from the west as it is from the east, so you could take that into account and say that it might be a 1-1 split because of that. So, I don't know. I feel like if there's going to be a difference, it will be the first two maps.
All right. So let's see what exactly is going to come from this. I believe we have all found our way to the training room where it's all gonna go down. And then we're going to start with the grand finals to see who at this point in time is at least the region with the stronger team in the finals. Obviously, a lot of bragging rights are attached to this one as well. I would say it's fair to say that EU should be favored, but yeah, we mentioned already, given past experiences, it is not out of the realm of possibilities that we do see, I guess, an upset and Dopamine end up taking it all here against Hit and Run, because also, like, against Cashback, Hit and Run sometimes looked very, very good and sometimes looked completely out of place, especially on Cliff.
I mean, we can say what you want. We'll just get called biased anyways because we picked Hit and Run to win. But I think it goes down back again to the point where I said that, you know, if you're playing on EU as a team, you have more training possibilities. These teams should have been continuing to train after the second Onslaught Legends Cup. And Hit and Run should have had the more practice that comes into play here. I think that is a very important thing. The more you practice, the more used you get to things, and the better you react.
Exactly. And a team like Hit and Run, it is very hard to surprise them, I think, with any kind of opening. Because most of them, they will have already encountered at some point in time, being it in tournaments, being it in trainings. Like, those guys are absolute veterans. And yeah, both of us going with the 5-2. I was considering the 5-1, but I think that would not be doing justice towards the quality of Dopamine, which definitely is there. So yeah, anything about your prediction? Were you like also considering 5-3, 5-4, or how did your decision-making process go there?
My decision-making process was, I think that EU has the advantage in training, and then also they will just run away with it. I don't know. It's just like I expect Dopa to put up a fight, but not that much of a fight, you know?
I mean, starting off on El Halluf, it's going to be hard moving forward for Dopamine. I think Hit and Run are a team that are, even if they lose the first couple of rounds, we just saw them literally today come back into a match and win it all, even after some setbacks after that as well. So mental stability absolutely there for that Polish lineup that didn't even bother bringing a 9th player today. They're just here with 8. Obviously, that means bigger reports for every single one that is actually playing. So min-maxing going on even there.
Min-maxing. You get more money if you don't have to split it with 9 people.
Exactly. Now, however, let's open the curtains for the final match of the day. The final match of the Independence Day Showmatch. It is EU versus NA Dopamine. The NA representatives starting it out with double BZ, double IS7, 1CS, and double 50M.
Double E50M versus Hit and Runs. RHM, Gorilla, double CS, triple IS7, another cap strategy.
That is indeed a very interesting lineup from Hit and Run. They will have obviously watched Smile with their failed attempt at integrating an STRB into a cap strategy. Maybe they will have learned for it. The Gorilla obviously with a damage advantage is what I wanted to say. And immediately the triple I7 does get spotted. Chopper taking a big hit by the Gorilla on the Gross here. So far so good. But it seems like both teams are responding by sending tags to the cap. So cap is going to be a non-factor, meaning Dopamine will have priority over the Northwest.
Dopamine will indeed have priority of the Northwest, but look at Chopper already taking another one from Tsek, drop to 1.1. Tsek fancies this engagement a little bit, gets like covering the corner, gives one to Hockey as well. So damage dealt on the side of Hit and Run, and also keep into account, Kihan, the Gorilla will be moving. Nexus takes one from Panther Fury, takes one from Franek. Flank from the outside, Dopa reacting by starting to pressure these CSs, but it's all a little bit slow right now for the side of Dopa.
It's all a little bit slow. The Gorilla already starting to move in towards the middle of the map where potentially he can even support Piotr, who is fending off against Dark right now. Both of them ending up trading a shot, but I think for Piotr that is okay because Franek has rotated around once again. 2 versus 1 situation. Actually 3 versus 1 shots hailing in from the upper side as well. That strike is going to come in huge. It hits 3 tanks on the lineup of Dopamine, and all of a sudden Hit and Run find themselves in an overmatch scenario against the tanks that Dopamine has sent towards the cap.
If you look up the definition of pincer movement, this is it. From 2 sides you see Hit and Run getting these tanks from Dopamine stuck in a bad position. Hockey pushed forward to try and get some of the pressure gone, but he gets repushed by Mentos, and they are trying to hold on to the cap, but the Gorilla is actually paying off in this scenario because he's able to put shots into the Dopamine tanks, which from the beginning of the game bled just more than the Hit and Run side, but they still have a possibility. But it's just 3 tanks left standing, and PM can't really do much in that BZ. He's gonna fall, and then it's gonna be 6 Hit and Run tanks versus the mere 2 of Dopamine, and it's gonna be 1 after PM and Blur dies. A good shot from Mentos, a good shot from Blur as well. That HE of that E50M, it is really nice against that RHM, but it's not nice enough. And interestingly enough, both teams having a similar approach in battle number 1.
Both teams with a similar approach, but the Hit and Run one just proving absolutely superior here. 5 tanks still left standing. Mentos there is not going to get the kill. That one is taken by Tsek, I believe, in the CS63. But yeah, good first round here, but at the end of it, Hit and Run actually in the HP department, not that much there anymore. It was the amount of guns that they were able to keep in the game that drove it home for them. So on home turf, on the European server right now, first point for Hit and Run.
First point for Hit and Run, and an important point as well. When you're on your own server, your respective server, you want to win as much as possible. But yeah, it was an interesting start, Kihan, with both the teams kind of having a similar approach, but trying to put some cap pressure. But here, the Gorilla is actually a pretty good tank, though, for this kind of fight, if you think about it. At least I think so.
I mean, the numbers are there to back up your claim.
I mean, I didn't see the damage, top damage at that point. So, I mean, 5.6 with the Gorilla.
And I think he also had a pretty low HP, like, kill shot. So, would have more damage if the enemies had had more HP. But yeah, 666, perfect shooting coming out from the team captain of Hit and Run. And yeah, I mean, Dopamine, they saw those IS-7s driving down, but it was a little bit too late to react. Also, once again, good shot by the Gorilla on towards the crossing CS63. That took a lot of pressure, actually, off of the double CS that Inbil had in the northwest corner, because realistically, that was where Dopamine had more tanks. That is where they were making their advance, but taking like a big 900 hit right at the start of the game sort of makes you reconsider if you really want to keep pushing.
Yeah, and it also makes it so you always need to send another tank, right? So you're always stuck with sending one more guy because Choppa has low HP. And in this kind of fight, the Gorilla just works because he can shoot every angle. If you peek the corner, he can shoot you. If you peek in between the rocks, he can shoot you. So unlike in the Glacier game where we were complaining about the Gorilla not being effective for the side of Smile, in this game, Monster is always effective, if not shooting, at least a threat to people trying to punish the pincer on the bottom side.
And I mean, he's also like the reason as to why this pincer cannot just get broken out of. Because realistically, if Dopamine tries that, they dive right into the arms of the Gorilla. That's going to do like 1k damage every 12 seconds. And yeah, no amount of tanks is able to sustain that for an extended amount of time, which it still takes to kill the double IS-7. So good first round here coming out from Hit and Run. I think both of the teams trying to show something sort of unexpected here by not completely going corner, which is what was meta, at least in the OLC number 2. So both teams are shaking it up, but yeah, Inbil, or Hit and Run rather, just with the better reactions and also, I guess, better initial setup. They did also have all the info to work with because Dopamine once again opted for a 7 combat tank setup, whereas Hit and Run, they did have the RHM. So yeah, just playing beautifully to the strengths of their lineup, where Hit and Run. Round number 2, it is now up to Dopamine to come back. Obviously, if they do lose the second round, it wouldn't be too bad yet in this best of 9, but you cannot give Hit and Run too much to work with. Otherwise, they will actually run away with it.
Yeah, you indeed have to be careful. And it was weird that they didn't decide to go for a fight, but it did work out for them. And this time around, it's weird that Dopa falls against this, though. Because, you know, they already beat the cap strategy. But this time the reactions just weren't there. And also, I'd say Hit and Run's positions were better.
All right, now round number 2, lineups are starting to take shape for Dopamine. It seems to be the double 50M together with one singular CS, 1 E5, 1 IS-7, make that 2, and a BZ-75.
Hit and Run, on the other hand, 4 BZs, double IS-7, and a Fush B. That's a straightforward lineup. So we're going to have a battle of the DPM versus the raw pushing potential.
Now, Hit and Run, I think what they're lacking is DPM. Straight up. Like, they have quadruple BZ plus double IS-7. That is a lot of alpha, but not a lot of DPM. They do have Monster in that 4 speed to kind of make up for that, as long as he has shots remaining in his clip. But now for Hit and Run, once again, they do seem to be cutting it very, very close. Now, Nexus does get spotted, but even with the Onslaught modifiers, only one shot actually does connect. Spirit has to repair his track, but that is a lot of combat tanks, a lot of in-your-face firepower by Hit and Run immediately very, very close to the north. Chopper, however, able to get the A1 strike.
Yeah, Choppa able to get the A1 strike, but I think hit and run is just going to keep going here. And up and over, not even care about the strike. Piotr going in first. They should focus the E50M or Nexus. If they can. You want to delete it. DPM! That's the name of the game for Dopamine. They need to keep theirs alive for as long as they can, but they're leaving Nexus behind to die to the Wolves, to hit and run, who have gone up and over. They should delete him in a second, and then they're actually continuing for Spirit. But the correct move is to go back up in almost every scenario, not to continue forward. You want to get back in and get that DPM out of the game. Like I said, Hockey and that other E50M need to die. They finally pick up Nexus. It took a while. Now they somehow need to find the E50M if they can, but not before losing 2 guns of their own. And now they're taking a lot of individual skirmishes, and that's perfect for Dopa.
Indeed, it's perfect for Dopa, the lineup that does have more individual DPM. A lot of low HP is now on the lineup for Dopa as well that hit and run need to eliminate, but the HP favoring the team in red, favoring the North Americans at the moment. Hit and run, however, still have 5 guns available, and in from the back line does come Monster, but is it going to be too little too late is the question, as PM ends up bouncing. Mentos' shot retaliates in turn, takes one by Pan's Fury. That is still a 2v1, and now Monster with his clip starting to come in, pops the ability, the Turbo Sponge coming in. Is he able to get the 2 shots on towards the IS-7, as PM able to kill off Mentos as well? Does take one more by Pan's Fury. This one is still up for grabs. Monster at the moment healing and on the reload.
On the reload, but Dark doesn't have the DPM necessary to kill this. Panther Fury and PM in a 1v1. I think that was PM that let a shot go and didn't connect him towards Panther Fury, but in return, a non-connection either. Dark trying to get into this. He knows that if the Force B reloads, the game's over, and that's a good shot, but Panzer Fury with the fire extinguisher. Unbelievable stuff. The one time the fire extinguisher absolutely saves your life, and Monster now coming off of reload gives 1, gives 2, Fury with the boost. Up and away, PM with the peak, but he has nothing left to say as Monster is going to be clipping him out to make it 2-0 for hit and run.
Yeah, hit and run somehow managed to stay alive in this round that looked like it was going Dopamine's way, but hit and run able to keep those individual one-shots in the game, able to somehow make the crucial shots count. And, I mean, wow, that round had Dopamine written all over it, and somehow still the winner is called hit and run.
The winner is called hit and run 2-0. It looked a bit rough there for a while because they weren't really able to kill something quickly. They shifted focus in the push, but the Force B, man, oof. That hurts.
Yeah, Monster coming in with an absolute monstrous performance, you have to say. 6.5k, 4 kills as well. Clutch plays in the end, not missing a single shot of that last clip. 18, 18, 16. Yeah, really good stuff. And on the other side, I mean, it was so close, but that's all it was.
Yeah, and Nexus there staying to get focused. I don't know. I mean, you know the push is coming, right? Maybe you could draw them out a little bit more like Spirit did, and he stayed alive for a while. But I think the bigger issue is there, and it's going to sound so weird, T50Ms didn't do enough.
I mean, Hockey ended up like kind of getting caught out in the open, and I think the E50Ms, they were just like further ahead than was good for themselves. They need to be a little more back, because those are actually the high value targets on the Dopamine lineup. Those are the assets that are going to carry you through the extended engagement. They need time to do that damage, but they didn't get, or they didn't give themselves enough time by being too far forward. Some of them even in front of the BZ75s or the IS-7s. That shouldn't happen. That being said, though, El Halluf Dopamine's map pick ending up completely not going their way. Hit and run with a wondrous performance here in round number 2, and now we are headed on towards Hit and Run's map pick. That is Pilsen. We did see it once today already by them.
We did indeed see it once by them already today, but then again, this pick, I'm pretty sure Dopa likes it as well. They like playing Pilsen. They played it a lot in NA, excuse me. And they also first picked it when we, it's little inside info, in the finals of Onslaught Legend Cup 2, they were coming to the upper bracket and they first picked Pilsen.
Well, let's see if them being comfortable on it beats whatever hit and run are going to be bringing to the table. Those are going to be the last 2 rounds that are going to be played on the European server, except for, of course, the possible tiebreaker. But I really do think that Dopamine, they had kind of an okay idea of how to respond, but weirdly enough, despite having a lot of time to react to what Hit and Run were doing, they didn't react quickly enough in this second round of El Halluf.
No, but they also, like, the weird thing is they knew the push was coming because they saw all of the things. There's only one play that is left for the side of Hit and Run, right?
Oh yeah, and that is keep going, brother. Keep going.
Yeah, I mean, they really can't do anything else. Once you're locked to that, you're kind of forced to push. So I couldn't think they could have reacted better individually. But anyways, that was then, and this is now. Dopamine want to return the favor with double 60p, mouse, CS63, 4 to the U, an E3, and an RHM.
And for Hit and Run, we do see an IS-4, a 277, a 705A, a Foshby double 268V4, and the RHM as well. So Hit and Run, I think they're kind of going with this, yeah, good luck pushing into us when we have the TDs flow on this map. And on the other hand, obviously Monster, after doing 6.5k just now, maybe a bit of a comfort pick as well with that Foshby. But yeah, the tank is certainly very, very capable, as well as Franek gets sent towards the strike in the middle of the map. And the pathing is going to ensure that he even gets there unspotted, so no possibility for Dopamine to punish.
No possibility to punish, so they're taking the strike, and that means they can potentially go for that cap as well. We talked about it. The only way you can get the 3-line cap started is by at least controlling the strike on the 4-5 line. If you don't have that, you don't have much. But a good shot against Blur there from Ketsai. He will take the strike in return. And so far, both these teams kind of evenly matched everywhere.
Kind of evenly matched everywhere. I mean, obviously slight advantage regarding the strike timers for Hit and Run here, simply because the 277 was on the curb earlier than the CS. Now, however, PM in the mouse also took a shot of damage, and that was a big one as he goes down to 3.4. Other tanks start at that HP. For a mouse, it is already a big hit taken, and as he takes more damage, he drops below 3k HP. Piotr, though, getting spotted out in the V4 is going to assure the first damage of the game for Dopamine as well.
And we're taking the field though with that V4 with the RHM at the first B, and there is currently a big issue because the 60 TP there of Choppa is kind of left to his own devices. Ketsai repushing Blur already in that V4 with Panther Fury from behind. That CS doesn't really have anywhere to go, and that is going to be one free kill. Oh, the big Amarak in return as well. We don't know how much HP that really was. I wasn't looking at the HP of Choppa. They're losing not one but two of their tanks here in quick succession. Minus Choppa, minus Blur. Dopa has to do something here to retaliate. They're trying to repush, but is this little too late?
It might be, as the 430U and the 60TP are going to arrive and start working on that IS-4, but it's kind of disjointed. The CS63 has already died, but they are still two tanks and they're making their shots count. Pans Fury dropping down towards 822 as Ketsai puts another big one into hockey, but now decides to bail as the IS-4 gets left to his own devices, does drop to the abyss, and now Monster with that Fosh-B clip once again shooting at the mouse, shot after shot connecting. 10,000 HP still remaining for the team of Hit and Run, and 5 tanks against Dopamine's 3.
5 times against Dopamine's 3 and also HP. They just got caught off guard with that CS, with that 60p. Hit and Run hitting some timings there, which they're probably very happy about.
Absolutely. Also, we'll have to take a look after the battle how much that 60 TP actually got blown up for, but Monster already almost reloaded in that Fosh-B once again, and then Nexus is going to melt away like ice in the sunshine. It is Hit and Run 3. Dopamine still 0.
Dopamine has to stop this train right now to get back into the match. They really need to. They need a second round of Pilsen. They need to reset. Luckily for them, after that, they have a small little break to switch servers, and then they can play on their home ground, home turf, and play from there. But they do need one round on Pilsen for that.
They definitely need a one round. I mean, even after server switch, like if you're playing against 4 match points against hit and run, yeah, that is not a fun prospect. And once again, the Fosh B with a bit of damage padding, I guess, coming in above a 6k once again. So I guess it was him blowing up the 60 TP. As we do see only 9 shots of damage. So yeah, with 9 you would have an average alpha of 3,600. So I guess the 60 TP blow up was a big one, and we do see 2 shots only received.
Yeah, that was in, but I don't think it changed the game though.
Nope. That's the thing. That's the scary thing, is hit and run was hitting a very good timing with...
On both sides of the map.
Yeah. So the 60 TP, I'm sure, for example, Monster had more shots in his clip.
Well, they would kill him. I mean, the 60 TP would do maybe 2 shots of damage.
Yeah. And the thing is, the CS on the other side was basically already dead. And yeah, they're getting the IS-4 from it, but the 2684 runs away and just keeps dishing out damage because he's in his comfort zone right now. He's getting shot, he's getting to shoot back, and that is just what makes the V4 very efficient in that scenario. Overall, I am starting to get a little bit worried for Dopamine. If they lose this next one, I mean, yes, we are going to their server, but 4 match points in a row, unlikely.
Yeah, 4 match points. That's what I'm saying. If we want Dopa to have a chance in this, we need them to pick up this round right now, and then they have a little bit of a mental reset. Go to NA, play from there, and anything is possible. But 4 match points is not something you come back from.
Usually.
Almost never.
Yeah. Now, what exactly is the problem, do you think, that needs addressing from the side of Dopa?
I think they need to play carefree. They seem a little bit scared of playing against hit and run. I think that's a mistake. You have to play against them. Play your own game. And then everything will be alright. Or it won't. It's 50-50.
Well, 50-50 is a lot better than the odds that Dopamine have right now of winning this match. That being said, though, they're not down, they're not out, but they definitely need this round to get something going, or the hit and run hype train is just going to roll all over them. Dopamine, it's now and... after this, possibly never for you guys. So let's get it going, Dopamine, with 160 TP, 1 mouse, a 277, a 705A, a 430U, a 2684, and the Rheinmetall.
And the Rheinmetall for hit and run, the E3, the Fosh B, the CS, the 277, the mouse, and the 60p. A little bit of everything.
A little bit of everything. That also means a lot of specialized tanks being able to pick up a lot of specialized roles throughout this game here. I think hit and run have quite the okay balance in between mobility, firepower, and also armor protection with that 62p, with that mouse, with that E3 coming through. As we do see that, ooh, actually the spot coming out from Spirit, not as good as the one by Mentos. T-Sec, Monster, and Cat'seye, all of them are still question marks in the E3, the Fosh B, and the CS.
Yeah, that's a big miss. That's actually a big miss.
Yeah, that can be problematic, as Blur now gets sent in towards the middle strike here. He takes 1 shot of damage for his troubles. Make that a second one, actually, as I believe one of the E3s was there to give one in time, or possibly the 60 TP. And now we have the... both of the caps for the strikes actually getting taken by Dopamine. So this means that hit and run, they need to do something on the field. And with Mentos running away right now, not sure how quickly they can execute.
Oh, can they execute on time though? They're bringing the 4 to the U as well, but this is not a winning scenario right now. Piotr is getting the resets on towards the 75A, but look what's coming on the field. It's again, that's a Forge B of a Monster. Spirit now running away, trying to make it out, but Nexus is for sure in no man's land. He tries to run away, but it's Forge B time yet, and it seems like it's been Forge B time for the last 4 rounds, as Monster is getting another beautiful clip onto the back of Nexus, who's just running away. A good strike comes out from the side of Dopamine, but a good strike is not enough for them, as now Hockey is left alone, and you see the red tanks trying to converge through the middle of the map, realizing that something has to be done here, but what can you do when you're already down 1 gun and make it 2 in rather quick fashion? Hockey playing it out though with the funny button, doing a lot of damage at the very least.
Doing a lot of damage, but is it going to be enough is the question, as Piotr runs into him, makes him a possible 2-shot as well, as terms of the rolls might go here. Another big shot, leaving him off 500. Pan's Fury, good punish on towards PM. Ketzai getting pushed, however, for the side of Hit and Run. He might be the first tank that the players of Dopamine are going to pick up. The E3 getting pressured against the pile of rubble. Dark taking shots from the Fosh B. Monster there to save his teammate as well. Has shells remaining for the mouse too. Franek on the other side of the map with a kill on towards Chopper, and now T-Sec storming into this one, gets blasted by the mouse.
Yeah, blasted by the mouse, because look at it. Again, 6 tanks left standing for the side of Hit and Run, and the Forge B is having a wonderful time in this one, I would say. Getting 2 clips out at least. So now it's just PM, Blur, and Spirit left standing, and they're gonna be scratching their heads as they switch server at this point, looking at 4 consecutive match points for Hit and Run.
Hit and Run definitely playing a good game of World of Tanks, recognizing where it was that Dopamine had their tanks. Obviously, the information advantage from the start of the round, giving them a good head start as well. And yeah, for Dopamine, it now is a grim situation moving into this one, as Hit and Run just absolutely wiping the floor of them here on the EU server. Now, however, sides are going to be switched, and maybe this is where Dopamine will find their ground, will find their footing. They definitely need to step it up a notch, and what better way than to do it on the ping that you're most used to?
Yeah, and again, for speed top damage, Monster's having a good time, I guess.
Well, I mean, he's definitely having a field day. But yeah, I mean, obviously he's playing well, but at the same time, like the positions that he is being sent to, or maybe he's even sending himself to, are just exactly where you need to be to put out the damage. So good stuff from him, and now dire times for Dopamine. They need to do 4 in a row and then put one on top of that one, as yeah. So far, it has not been their day, at least when playing against Hit and Run.
Well, Airfield and Ensk better be some of Dopa's greatest maps, Kian.
Yup. I mean, Airfield, as I said, I still think that it can go even a 2-0 either way, but as it is such a slow and methodical map, I am kind of worried here for Dopamine already, simply because it's Airfield, and we all know the very interesting tactics that Hit and Run had in OLC number 2, especially when it comes to, for example, Piotr in the Jagdpanzer. That definitely comes to mind. It's like also one of those tanks where it's, yeah, horrible to push into, but like horrible to also not being able to like focus it. And like getting the amount of guns together to just blast a Jagdpanzer out of existence is pretty hard, especially considering the tank can also bounce a shot or 2.
I don't know. 4-0 is a scoreline I don't see Topa come back from, personally. But I need them to win 2 more for my prediction, so I hope that they at least do that.
I mean, what can I say? Same for me. But yeah, it's going to be an uphill battle for them. I think for them it's time to like say to themselves, hey, like whatever happened on the EU server best stays on the EU server. Now we're going to our own home turf, and now we're just going to start thinking game to game. One of those platitudes, but sometimes it helps. So
sometimes it helps. They need every coping mechanism in the book you hand to overcome the struggles that they're currently against.
I mean,
they could ask you for some tips. I heard you've been magnificent at coping your way into gold every season.
I mean, there was not a lot of coping involved actually for me there. It's like, you know, maybe you stole all the supply that was available.
No,
I had an okay time.
I mean, of course I needed it. I was platooning with Jakefa. Like, it's not for me. It's for a friend, you know.
Is that how the saying usually goes? It's not for me, brother. It's for a friend.
Exactly.
I don't need it. I don't need it.
Exactly. We finally figured it out. No, but the odds here of Dopa, it's not to be too depressing or negative, but 4 consecutive match points is always kind of hard to overcome.
I mean, Dopa is going to start on Airfield West, so maybe that's the silver lining we're looking for. It is a ray of hope. They need to make that into a sunrise for themselves if they want to keep on going. And obviously for hit and run, I mean, for them as well, they maybe don't want to show more tactics as well. Always keeping in the back of our minds like OLC number 3, etc. And the rewards that come with winning that one. After that one weekend, after we also have the OLS qualifiers. So basically, if you don't win OLC number 3 on EU, then you better have to hope that your pool of strategies and tactics is kind of deep if you want to make it to Chengdu. And obviously also into the OLS, where I'm being informed the prize pool has hit, or should hit soon at least, 39,000. So, I mean, that's also something.
Don't forget my 10% though, Kian.
I mean, that's a bit more than kebab money, I would say.
Yeah, it's kebab money for me and my friends.
Oh, once again, your friends that you're going to give it to. All right. But yeah, overall, odds of Dopa winning this match, single-digit percentage right now, I would say.
I mean, at this point, let's start with 1 round, and then we can look into the future. About a 2nd round, a 3rd round, a 4th round, yeah?
A 5th round.
Exactly. Let's start slow, let's pray that Dopa is able to pick up this 1st round, and then we can start thinking about what comes after. But it is indeed going to be a long, long road for them. Again, though, the most important part for them has been completed already, IMO. I think that the most important aspect of this tournament for both these teams was to check their standing against their most likely competitor to make it to China. I think that is the first test, and everything after is a bonus. More kebab is always better than less kebab, right? It's a famous saying in my neighborhood.
That is definitely true. I mean, if you win this one, then you can also afford a Pepsi with it, so would be absolutely perfect. That all being said and done, server switching has been completed, as I can see, so we have around about 2 minutes until we hop into, well, what might be the last round of the day. Because, I mean, I think both you and me, we both want Dopa to win at least the coming round, or maybe coming couple of rounds, or maybe even more for the sake of the match. But the odds are...
You speak for yourself, Kian. I got a spaghetti waiting for me, buddy.
Biased.
Yeah.
Biased.
I'm not biased towards you. I'm biased towards my spaghetti. That's different. That is very different.
I mean, carbonara or bolognese, or which kind is it?
I'm not gonna tell you. You're just gonna get hungry. Right? Let's not do that.
I mean, I am already
hungry,
well, so that's not gonna change anything.
As a good friend, I'm not going to make it any worse.
You talked before that you think on Airfield one side is a little bit advantaged compared to the other. I think you said it's west and Dopa starts.
No, it's
there.
actually east.
It's actually east? Well, even worse for Dopa.
I meant west.
Well, now I'm confused.
No. I meant east because on BC line, you can actually get shots almost every position from the east. So at some point you usually lose a B line. So that means West has to play around this somehow and usually make a move, and making moves quite often can get punished.
Yep, although we have seen in the past quite interesting strategies on Airfield as well, not involving that, but instead, for example, like double T-57 on towards the cap, and then force people to come close, and then you blast them with the support of other tanks. I was quite a fan of that strategy when I saw it the first time applied, because also it ended up working pretty well. But banking it all on something like this, let's see if the players are going to do that as we're hopping into what might be the last round of the Independence Day Showmatch Grand Finals. Hit and Run, a commanding lead so far for them, but now they need to prove that on the opponent's server. It's going to be quadruple 60 TP, 1 mouse, 1 CS, and the RHM.
And the RHM to round it off for Dopamine as well, followed by the CS, the double 758, the mouse, and the 60 TPs. Now, I do quite like this 705A because you can play the cap with them.
Yep, also double 705A, I mean, that's quite a bit of alpha you're going up against. It tends to struggle a bit in the pen department, but usually if you're this up close and personal with the opposing tanks, then yeah, you kind of tend to be okay if you have lowish pen. Now, the planes by either team do hit all tanks, so both teams have everything available that they need to, and Choppa is now getting spotted out by Mentos. Takes 1 shot of damage. Monster, however, arriving unscathed.
Arriving unscathed is the most important part. Choppa taking a shot, and that's what I'm talking about. This position where Choppa is now, you can get shot there. If the RHM repositions to like B0, then you'll slowly start taking some shots, and that's gonna be over time very annoying to deal with.
Yep. Also, the turret armor of the CS kind of okay, but it works mostly with like bouncing angles, and the RHM obviously with the heat is able to overcome the bouncing mechanic. And now Monster here getting spotted in that CS63, but I think that was the plane just getting spent by Spirit here, as Pan's Fury does get pushed by Hockey, who takes 2 though, as Ketsai and T-Sec are lauding above this RT strike.
Yeah, the RHM of Spirit trying to make some shots back, but that's just an RHM. It's not going to do that much. Blur now coming as well with 75 APM, making the peak. Takes 1 immediately, a big one from the 60p in return. They're trying to slowly kill off Panzer Fury, and I kind of like it for the side of Dopamine. It just depends on how much damage this mouse is going to take over time. A non-connection from T-Sec is important, and maybe a dump from above is coming out now.
The dump from above immediately coming in, but Blur actually ending up with a bounce, and also the fire coming out. PM with the kill on towards Pan's Fury, so it's 7 tanks alive for Dopamine, who are going to be very, very happy. Now, however, starting to push into the heavy tanks from Hit and Run on the upper side, close towards the cap. The RHM for Hit and Run has joined the fray as well. Nexus here on very, very low HP, needs to be extremely careful. Los Hockey is storming in, trying to get his gun to bear as well. Ketsai taking 1 into the back by Nexus, and now I think Hit and Run, they just need to decide where to push and what to focus.
What to push and what to focus. They're trying to get Dark out of the game now and trying to get safe in the meantime, but Dopamine seems to have found their stride finally in this match and is currently leading. Mentos saving Monster though. That is an important factor, but is it going to be important enough? They find another kill though. 6 tanks left standing for Hit and Run now, and you don't want to see this happening to Dopa. They have 4 tanks, but it's 3 of these heavies. Slow ones. Hockey's getting focused out now in his 60 TP. Can he get saved? They're not finding anything to push on. There's a fire going on as well. Hockey goes down. It's Blur, PM, and Spirit left standing for Dopamine. They do find Franek. They need to find the kill because that HP lead that they had, it's absolutely dropping. PM getting body blocked by the mouse from Franek. He's gonna fall now to T-Sec, and for Dopamine, it's all falling to pieces once more. And I think that save from Mentos on towards Monster could have been the difference maker.
The save from Mentos on towards Monster certainly crucial. Now Spirit can't really push out against the 2 one-shots that are currently on the side here. That CS63 plus the RHM for the side of Hit and Run are currently the big problem. And Ketsai finds Spirit with a flick of the wrist. Opponent server, what does he care? He's got the aim to compensate for that. Absolutely removing what was possibly the last hope here for Dopamine. They still had that RHM that can make plays. And now Blur in that 705A completely left to his own devices. He doesn't even have more HP anymore than the opponents as Mentos puts a good shot in towards Blur. Cap up and started. One arty strike has been taken as well. Blur attempts the blind shot on Mentos, does miss, gets striked in return, and with 23 seconds left, Darky, I think Hit and Run are looking at a clean sweep in the finals.
A clean sweep indeed, but this one had Dopamine written all over it. They struggled a little bit there to find those kills, and Hit and Run found 3 kills, I think, in like 10 seconds on towards the Dopamine side, and then mainly the RHM going to save Monster. If the CS from Dopa, I think it was Stropa, if he's alive there, then Mentos probably dies in return for this as well. But that last second save puts then the entirety of Dopa in a crossfire.
Exactly, and from there on, the HP of Dopamine, they had an advantage. They even had a gun advantage. From there on out, it just all started falling to pieces. So Hit and Run here with an absolute monstrous performance, pun intended. He played well as well. And yeah, for Dopamine, it is a kind of reality check here. That they have gone through. Yes, they did win the semi-final on their own server against an NA team, but Hit and Run, man, they looked like they were playing on absolutely a different level.
Yeah, they were this straight up a little bit better than Dopamine in this match.
I mean, a little big bit, probably. I mean, 5-0. And the thing is, right, there were 2 rounds, in my opinion, that Hit and Run at least should have kind of lost. This last one here, it looked so good for Dopamine until, well, it didn't. And also the El Halluf round, where it was basically they saw the Hit and Run push coming from a mile away and somehow still the reactions were a bit too slow. I think there, if you reshuffle, if you put the E50Ms a bit more to the back, if you let the other tanks take the brunt of the damage so the E50Ms can DPM in all the little skirmishes that then ensued, then, I mean, it is maybe still 3-2, but you would end up with like 3-2. You're currently playing on the North American server, and then you've actually given yourselves a big chance. Like this, though, I mean, it's all fun and theory crafting. The reality of the matter is that Hit and Run in commanding fashion take this one down 5-0. Congratulations to them for winning the Independence Day Onslaught Showmatch. And I mean, for Dopamine, yeah, they did lose the grand final, but at the same time, they have given themselves the confidence regardless on their own server when it comes to the up-and-coming OLC number 3 on August 10th and 11th.
Yeah, I mean, Dopamine should look at their match against Smile and just remember that, and everything else not important.
Nothing else happened in their mind, maybe. But yeah, that was the announcement for the match, or for the event that we just saw. And I just talked about it. The Onslaught Legends Cup number 3 is going to be happening on August 10th, 11th. And besides in-game and also cash prizes, I think what teams are going to consider to be the most valuable things to win there is going to be the plane tickets to Chengdu in China, and also on NA, the tickets for the Onslaught Legends finals that are going to be happening in September/October, and for EU, obviously also the spot center points leading up to the qualification for the Onslaught Legends series. We already mentioned it, almost 40,000 prize pool and counting. So yeah, a lot of great things to come for the coming months. But I think as this match ended up, yeah, rather quickly. Now it's time for something that I say every time. Thank you very much for casting with me, and obviously, if you haven't finished your drops yet, we're going to be raiding this beautiful gentleman to my side. We're going to be raiding Daki. Thank you very much, and as always, the last words after, I think, all of the production crew, which I haven't done so far yet, the last words go to you.
Don't worry, NA fans. We will get them next time, and if we don't get them next time, we'll get them the time after. We just gotta keep believing that in China, NA will triumph. If it wasn't this time, it is next time. As always, NA on top. But yeah, no, for Dopa, I'd really like to see. I'm just really curious who's gonna go to China, and then afterwards we'll make the decisions about who's gonna win there between me and Kihan. But anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed this show between EU and NA, and I'll see you guys all very next time.
Coming later this year, the Onslaught Legends Series. This is your chance to make the event truly awesome by boosting the prize pool and getting a cool 2D style and other goodies in the process. Contribute now.